Good afternoon! It is the finals of the AME 2022 Grand Finals. We're going to be looking at some thrilling Brawl Stars. I am Wiggly Spoo, and I am joined by the one, the only, the wonderful, the strong, the huge PekeChanzz!
Hello, everybody. So we're just gonna go through what we have to do today. First up, it's gonna be PekeChanzz 1 versus Easy Win, followed by FN versus Ganbare Npocham, followed by Prada versus the winner of the first match, and then Free Win versus the winner of the second match. So lots of good matches coming up. It's going to be a best of 5 series. And Wiggly Spooky, talk about the breakup of the teams. Where have they come from? How have they qualified?
That is right. So the journey of AME this year has been a little bit shorter than what we are used to, at least the format that we did play last year. This year, it's a split between 3 different regions. We have Japan, Korea in one region. And the 3 rest of Asia teams will be FN, Free Win, and Easy Win. And the Hong Kong team is Prada, currently in semifinal 1.
So some people are saying that my voice is echoing. I'm not 100% sure if that's the case anymore or not. Just gonna try to fix it for you guys really soon. I apologize. We are having some growing pains, so hopefully things are gonna be fixed now. Let me know if it hasn't or it has. I think Wiggly Spoo is at least correct and nothing is wrong on his side.
Is it? Alright, is it still echoing? Maybe I should test it on our end. Please forgive us, yes, production for this. We are running on a bit of a tight schedule here, but we are going to be trying our best to deliver to you the best show possible still. Let us know in the chat if you guys have any other issues aside from audio. So if there's like, bitrate issue or something, or it's lagging or something, just let us know. Don't worry about it. We'll try and get it sorted before the game starts so that we can at least enjoy the games. It's alright, guys. We're just looking at a bracket right now. This bracket, I'm also looking at the same bracket, so it's okay if we're just casting a bracket, it'll be fine. But when the game starts, we'll make sure it's sorted out. Let me take a look. Chat? Can chat hear Panda? If chat can hear Panda, can we see pandas in the chat? PekeChanzz voice needs to be fixed. So wait, are you guys hearing PekeChanzz voice twice? Am I right to say that? Yeah. Can you guys hear Panda at all? If you guys can hear Panda, can I see some pandas in the chat? No pandas? Or Panda is echoing. So you guys are hearing Panda twice? Am I right to say that? Okay. That is
What about now? Can you guys hear me now, or is it echoing now?
All right. He just said, can you guys hear him now, or is it echoing now? Can you guys hear him at all, or is it just Wiggly Spoo? Do you just hear Wiggly Spoo's voice, or do you hear 2 voices?
Perfect now.
2 voices, 1 voice. Perfect now. Perfect. All right. That's what I like to hear.
Let's go. Sorry for the issues at the start. I mean, we were running on a tight schedule, as Wiggly Spoo mentioned earlier on, and had to get everything set up really fast. But we're here now. We have a lot of good matches, and I'm looking forward to this. And it's my technically my first time casting with Wiggly Spoo, the first official time we have a PekeChanzz and Wiggly Spoo collab. So thank you so much, AME, for setting it all up and letting this happen today.
Yeah, bringing the 2 of us together. I mean, this opportunity, we've been talking about this, right? We've been saying we're going to cast together for like how long, right? And it took the whole year. The whole year for us to actually sit down and cast the tournament. So big shout out to the folks at LeaguePass, at AME, CyberPort, all these people who have brought us together, and also have brought all these teams together.
I know why the thing is happening, why the echo is happening. It's because the clean feed, they're actually using my audio. So I think LeaguePass has to mute my audio on.
Okay. Roger that. At least we have the reason. Let me let them know.
I've DM'd them, but because like I've only put one input here on my side, and that's one mic input. So I'm confused as to how it's happening, guys.
It's not feedback, right? So we checked for feedback. It's not coming from any of our ends. Okay. I mean, I don't think it could be feedback either way. Region. This region, we've got 2 Japanese teams, 1 Hong Kong team, and 3 teams for the rest of Asia. You can colloquially think of it as the former APAC, the APAC region. But the notable regions, yeah, you have the CESA ANZ region. There is the East Asia region. So this is a mixture of the 2, but the distribution is a little bit different. Guys, please let us know if the audio is okay or if it is still echoing through.
I think your audio is fine. I still think mine is the one which is at fault here. So, guys, if it is still echoing, let me know, because this is gonna be sad if it is.
Say no more. Hang on. Okay. Is my voice echoing?
No, your voice is fine. It's just mine which is echoing. So there is a workaround I can probably do. I'll probably mute you on Discord, and I'll probably go with on the stream, and I'll probably go with your Discord mic. So
okay, we'll try that.
So now, guys, is it echoing now? Let me know like right now if it's echoing or not. It's not echoing? Cool. So it was probably the issue with Video Ninja. So anyway, we got everything sorted now. Everything is fine. I'm looking forward to everything, and welcome chat, welcome everybody, welcome one and all to the AME tournament, which is the Asia Mobile Esports tournament for 2022 in Brawl Stars. I think it is almost about 1,900 USD. Not exactly sure how much that is in Hong Kong dollars. If Wiggly Spoo could ameliorate and let us know, that would be great. And I am looking forward to everything right now.
8,000 HKD in first place, and in second place we have 4,000 HKD. So plenty of Hong Kong dollars here to be won. Yes, that does roughly translate to about 1.9 thousand US dollars. Plenty of money on the line, plenty of glory on the line, and a lot of these teams, they're here to gun for it. This is kind of a unique spot, I think, for the year. It is in between seasons. So we're in the middle of the roster mania. So these rosters, as you can see, most of them, I mean, we're going to be confused with easy win and free win, I'm quite sure. We're going to be like, oh, which win is still around or which team is not around anymore? But yeah, I mean, these teams are probably using this tournament to try out the new rosters. It is a great space, I think, because now that the rosters, I mean, the regions are going to be further subdivided. It's going to be like one of the last times, I think, that we're going to be able to see kind of the APAC, the APAC region, coming together to play in the tournament. And I think, as most people know, you know, that's kind of like polar opposites, right? Here we've got Japan, Korea, East Asia, that region. That's a monstrous region, right? You've got two-time world time champions. Zeta Division comes from that region, so that region everybody knows is super competitive. And then meanwhile we've got us, right? And we're kind of like looking a little bit bad, track record wise at least. For the past 2 years we've bottomed out at Worlds, so that's kind of like polar opposites when in terms of the levels of skill. And that's why I think these kind of tournaments are super beneficial, especially for the rest of Asia region. So I'm really happy to see that AME has provided rest of Asia with 3 slots. And giving us that chance to really try to hone our skills, you know, through these kind of tournaments.
Yeah, that is true. And we were talking about roster mania a little bit, and I think this tournament is probably one of the better times to figure out your rosters, like you said. The way BSC 2023 is going to be played out is that you have a major region, and then there are some regions which have sub-regions within them. For example, LATAM South has 2 regions, East and West. North America has 2 regions, East and West. And Asia actually has 3 regions, which is going to be India, I guess the South Asian area. It's going to be Singapore, which is the Southeast Asia region, and we're going to have APAC, which is, sorry, the Japanese and East Asia region. So it's going to be Japan, I believe, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Korea. So you can play in a different sub-region within the same region. So you might have Indian rosters picking up maybe a Singaporean player, or maybe a Singaporean roster picking up an Indian player. So, or I believe in Orca's case, he's going to be playing in East Asia with 2 Japanese players, if I'm not wrong. So you're gonna have a lot of roster meeting, you're gonna have a lot of tryouts just to see if with the skills that people can bring to the table, are they going to be able to deal with the amount of ping issues that exist? And if they are, then that's great. And I think this is one of the best tournaments to figure that out. This is a callback to the 2020 APG region, where you did have people participating against each other from India, from Singapore and Malaysia, and from East Asia. So this is kind of harkening back to those days, and I'm really looking forward to that. We did have teams like PSG facing off against teams like Jupiter in the past, and it does kind of remind me about that, and it does get my blood boiling a little bit, and I'm quite excited about that with Spoo.
Yeah, good old days, Panda. Anyways, I'm looking a little bit at production, and it looks like the bans have actually started for the next match. So they're already entered into the draft. Please forgive us while we try and dig up the map pool real quick. I do believe that the round 1 map list is already out. We're probably going to be heading into Heist at Hot Potato. And the draft has already begun, so I can read out the bans to you guys. We don't really have the feed that we can see the bans or anything, so you guys gonna have to hear my voice and understand what's going on. I'm not sure who's first pick and who's second pick. It does look like so we are going to be going into PekeChanzz versus Easy Win, and on the side of Peke, they have banned Otis, Surge, and Griff. All right, and on the side of Easy Win, we've got Ruffs, Nida, and Ems banned out. I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing the bans later on, but let's just quickly analyze what we're seeing here. So just bear in mind, this is Hot Potato, and we're going to be going into Otis, Surge, Griff, Ruff, Nida, Ems, ban. So that's 6 different bans in total. Panda, what do you think?
Well, it just looks like both these teams want to ensure that the walls stay up, because if you're banning out Surge, you're banning out Ruffs, that means your wall break opportunities dramatically fall. So we're probably going to see some throwers being brought into the mix of things. Rico also becomes a lot more viable on this map as a result. And we're going to go to game number 1.
Yep, already heading into game number 1 here at Hot Potato, and as you mentioned, throwers and tanks all around. I see a quick kill already coming out here on Captain, but it does actually look like Easy Win have the advantage here in the raw numbers right now, already bringing the save down to 39%, and here they consolidate their position. Peke kind of hold in the center here. I'm seeing the buzz currently. Oh, that's a really bizarre hook. A nice play coming out from D-Skills there, using the gadget to block out that hook. Captain already in the backline positioning, and PekeChanzz, they're in a real kind of hard place right now. This is not looking too good for them. I'm seeing 3 brawlers come up barreling on the save, and already game number 1 is going in the direction of Easy Win. Did they look easy?
That was amazing coming in from them. They were dominating from the start, and those torpedoes from the buzz there were absolutely phenomenal. I was surprised to see how proficiently they were playing against the team PekeChanzz. And if you guys don't know, PekeChanzz has Resk, Vesta, and Peke, who are Japanese players, and they're going to be facing off against D-Skills, Captain Rocks, Flick, and Crescent, who are an Indian roster. So there might be a few conversations here. We're going to go into game number 2 though.
Yep, game number 2 already starting out, and it looks like a much better start right now. It looks like Peke do have the links they want. However, Colette already going down to the Darrow, Pandu. That is not an interaction that we want to see.
Yeah, it is surprising to see a Colette struggling against tank, but Daryl is pretty good, especially if you can get your shield up and roll right onto the Colette to get that stun in. And that is great plays coming in, defensive plays coming in from PekeChanzz, but they don't exactly have a great composition for the objective. They are playing on defense the entire time, and Captain is pummeling and barreling down against that safe there.
Yeah, on the other side, however, we do see the Buzz, Peke, taking an early aggression over there, and currently now Vesta controlling the center. He's going to be pushed out real quick here between the pinch of the Darrow and the Colette, but the problems are still standing. This Bali is kind of unkillable right now. I mean, this almost looks like what you mentioned, you know, because of the structure of those bands, they're kind of put themselves in a position where Bali is like this unkillable demon in the backline, and Captain, he's still there, and he's actually just going to claim the win like that. PekeChanzz, they tried to go for a base race at the end, but dare I say, is this a bit of an outdraft, Pandu?
That was 100% an outdraft. If you are facing off against a Barley, you need to have some sort of answer to it. It could either be a Rico, or it could probably even now be a Brock, because Brock is really good in this meta. Even if it's not the best brawler in the map, it's so good in terms of terraforming, breaking down the wall. So I was surprised that they didn't go for some of those options there. And easy win, looking very, very strong. True to their name, they did have a pretty easy first set against PekeChanzz.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really get to see the true strength coming up from PekeChanz's team there, and that's kind of to me, that's an understatement, because these players, they're not just nobodies. Like, a lot of people may not really recognize who these people are, but that's just because Japan is such a competitive region, and there's so many teams that really don't make it to the top 8. Now, I'm not sure if PekeChanz's team is a team that constantly plays in the East Asia finals, but I do recognize them from scrims, and I can personally vouch that they're all very, very strong players. So yeah, I mean, the draft there kind of tells half the story. I don't really think PekeChanzz, they made any bad plays, because there was really not many quote-unquote plays to make. You know, when you're in a position and the draft is going in that direction, there's too many problems to solve, and they couldn't really solve that Barley issue. But that being said, moving on into the next map, I'm going to be reading out the map list here. We're going to be going into set number 2, which I believe should be in Double Swoosh. Double Swoosh, obviously a very, very different map from Hot Potato. This map, very control-centric, and in the current meta, judging from the latest patch, I think the hot pick of the month that everybody seems to be buzzing about is this Jean pick, right? Everybody I'm seeing kind of is talking about Jean and that gear buff, and thinking whether that will be relevant. So I'm wondering if we're gonna be seeing it come in through in the bans, or if we'll see it come through in the picks.
I mean, it has been buffed quite a bit. It has gone from 7 1/3 tiles to 8 tiles, so that is a huge buff. And obviously you still have to be within 5 tiles and moving in the same direction as the other brawler to get those pulls. But with the amount of game read that these players have today, I wouldn't be surprised to see them do some blind pulls, break open walls, and get a gem heist. They might be playing gem grab, but it's going to be a heist for whichever brawler is going to be on the other side facing off against the Jean. But with Jean being such a huge threat in terms of the turnaround, wouldn't be surprised to see it being banned out, just because sometimes you just don't want to deal with that turnaround potential that teams present. And a note to people who are joining, the Brawlers Gray and Chester are banned, so we're not going to be seeing them in competitive for a little bit, so it's not going to be showcased today at all. So you don't have to worry about those RNG mechanics that Chester does bring to the table, or that pull with Greg into with a gadget. I know you guys have faced that in ladder, and I'm pretty sure that it would have been very, very a big wild card if you had to have it today. But that being said, I still think Jean is probably going to be banned out with Lee Spoon.
Well, you're going to be surprised, because the bans have come in. On the side of Peke here, they have banned out Crow, Buster, and Janet. And the side of Easy Win, they have gone with a Max, Carl, and Otis ban. So Jean is indeed in play. Now, I mean, Jean is really, really strong and is probably one of the strongest gem carriers in Double Swoosh, but it is not completely unbeatable. A lot of teams have come up with various ideas of how to really check and control that. I mean, one great way to diminish the value of a pull is to draft something like Bo or Penny, because that gadget, if you are timing it correctly, it really can just completely block out the Jean pull and completely diminish that value and turn Jean in essentially what is an underrated, I mean, like a low rated damage brawler. And Penny and Bull are both great gem carriers themselves, so they're already drafted into positions that can definitely just check that gene. And it's just a matter of the side lanes. We haven't even really gotten to see and talk much about side lanes, but it looks like these bans, they're really focused on trying to make sure that neither team has too dominant of a side lane. Like this stuff like this Max Carl Otis, and on the other side we have this Crow Buster Janet. These are all extremely strong and dominant side laners that they just don't really want to deal with, Bandu.
Yeah, for sure. And with these sort of bans, you still probably have the option of a B lane. I have seen that being played in late time quite a bit. I saw it being played at Worlds as well. It's very good in the right lane, especially if you're able to, you know, start being very consistent. But it has to go up against something very aggro. But one thing to note is that both Griff and even what is this? Ruffs is not banned out. So you might have. Oh, we're gonna go in a game.
Yep, already heading into the game, and I think some of your questions are going to be answered. You are definitely right about the B, and we're right about the Penny and the Gene here. Just quickly looking at the rest of the draft, we've got a Bow and that Squeak pick coming out here. So it does look like there was a bit of a scuffle in the draft here. This Gene Bow combination coming out, kind of trying to deny them the pick, but PekeChanzz, they respond still with the Penny. Penny completely in the pool and uncontested, and the gem lead is currently resting snugly in Peke's hands.
Yeah, PekeChanzz looking very good right now with a huge gem lead. Captain Doe has a pull to his name, and he does get that pull on PekeChanzz. So that is great. Vesta, though, still has 5 gems extra to his name, but is going to be pressured heavily by D-Skills, and Jakey does manage to get out of that kerfuffle very comfortably. And it is still a bit of a reset in the mid, though.
Oh yeah, I mean that would have been so big, I think, for D-Skills if he was able to get the pick down on Vesta. But Vesta positioning himself and using his resources really well. You know, this cannon, it's really starting to mount up quite a lot of pressure. And here PekeChanzz on the right side making a huge play there. A minded pop onto Vesta, but unable to really capitalize. But Captain with a huge pull coming out here. 10 gems to his name right now. Just as I was trying to praise, the caster's curse is real. Captain cleans up the kill onto Reskuku. He is going to fall to the cannon here, but the 10 gems are on their side of the field here. Does look like Bo is having a little bit of a lag issue going on here. That might allow PekeChanzz to get a little bit of a capitalization here. All guns are blazing, running in right now. They're trying to get some kills. They're going to get a double kill here, actually, with Reskuku getting a quick kill there. These kills is going to clean this up and hold on to the gems. I'm not sure if there's enough to equalize right now, Pandu. Gems are all over the place. It does look like this match is kind of, this game at least, is definitely going to go in the direction of D-Skills.
Yeah, for sure.
An easy win.
Yeah, they play that really well. We finished our first match. We're going to go into the second, the first game of the set. We're going to go into the second one. Wiggly Spoo, though, after this one, I will stream my projector to you so we don't have issues in terms of the mismatch in stream timings.
Sure. We are going into game number 2. Yeah, it does look like my stream is slightly slower, so you might be seeing some delayed casting, some delayed reaction here. I assume Peke died in advance. We've probably seen that a little bit earlier than that. Right now, however, looking at Pandu's screen right now, Vesta dropping an early kill there. Captain looks like easy win right now. They have full control here in the center. D-Skills also going to be taking out Peke on the right side over there. Jakey falls to Reskuku, however, and some control does come back in the way of PekeChanzz. They kind of really need this, you know. Squeak getting a nice slow in the center to push out the Gene, but a great pull on the right side, pulling in Peke in. A little bit of an unfortunate positioning there coming out from that that turret, unable to really block out any of the shots. So completely wasted super there, and a great pull coming out from Easy Win.
Yeah, so far, though, it is a pretty even gem line for both teams, though a little bit more control on the side of PekeChanzz as they try to move up. It is going back and forth just a little bit. Captain still hasn't got his pull, though. He desperately needs this pull to assert some pressure and get some aggro presence for his team.
Yup. All right, now Vesta is really holding up to 7 gems, but the trading of gems is still completely equal right now. Jakey is actually making a pushing. He's actually pushing out on the left side here, trying to make a play. And Peke, it looks like he's gonna be forced out of the right side again. A little bit unfortunate that the offlaner for Peke Dropping there is going to be a little bit hard. Captain flashing the pull. He's trying to bait out one from Vesta, but Vesta, nice discipline on the barrel there. But D-Skills, he's currently going full aggression right now, taking out, pushing Peke back, but the pinch coming in from Vesta is going to be able to bring him down, and the gems are going to come back to the center and equalize a little bit. We are going to be going into countdown real quick right now for Easy Win, who's going to be trying to control the center. They just need to take one more gem for them to seal out this game, but the Squeak on the right side, getting a nice slow. That's going to buy a lot of time. Peke pushing it on the right side. A nice gadget coming out there, pushing them back. That's just going to let them get back control. But Captain is holding on to his pull right now. He's looking pretty scary, Vandu. Like, I might be nervous if I'm Vesta. He doesn't want to be pulled like how he was pulled last game. There's a little bit of psychology here at play. Captain's got a gem in front of him. He's going to start the countdown real quick. And Vesta is going to be a bit of a hard position to walk up there and take those last 2 gems. Now with mines and the bow support. Bow preemptively popping those mines, trying to get a pick there. Peke actually walking up to just buy some time. A pull flies out from Captain. And that's actually going to give the opening that Peke need to poke up and get that gem. Currently Squeak in such an aggro position. Vesta, he claims 2 gems and a nice kill coming out on his deathbed. That is an amazing play coming from Peke. A sequence of sacrificial plays that they make in order to buy the last 3 gems that they need. What a play coming out there from Reskuku, also known as Kendrick Lamar, Pandu. Woo! Yeah.
Amazing plays from that team there. I have to note though, I think ping issues obviously do come into play because you're going to be very scared as a Penny moving up to get those gems because the Gene has that magic hand, and if you don't have the right ping, that Salty Barrel is not going to be able to pull. It's not going to be able to block that pull at all from the Gene. So that's one of the reasons why Vesta was very, very trepidatious in terms of moving up to get those gems and reclaim the position. So I mean, I just think that it was very courageous of him to stay back because sometimes you just get frustrated in these situations and do want to move up to get those gems, and that's exactly why PekeChanzz did win that second game. We're gonna go into this third one. It is tied at 1 apiece, but the first set did go to Easy Win here, and we are very well underway here.
In the decider match right now, a nice rotation coming out from Vesta on the left side to get this quick pick on the ball and then rotating back to the center. It's these kind of small plays. Like, you can look at D-Skills on the right side. He's doing a similar kind of a thing. Whenever you can try to like get your mid laner to rotate to your right lane and then just get a quick pick on the side lane, that's going to buy you a lot of space to kind of control in the center. Double Switch is not really a map that you try and win the mid. You know, it's a map that's very, very lane dominant. It's a map that you really just try and win the side lanes until these bow mines start dropping down, wall breaks come into play, and that's when you really expose the center. Here we already see Vesta with another rotation onto the left side. Jackson twice bitten, 1 shy or something along those lines, and Captain is actually going to be stuck there by the Squeak and going to be brought down. That's going to force the bow onto a gem carrying position, and it looks like Peke, they are currently in a dominant position, but D-Skills on the back line, he's got something to say about that. Pushing back Peke, Vesta barely getting out there. It's going to take a lot of damage here from the bow. This position is just completely going back the other way. This game is so chaotic, Pandu.
Yeah, for sure. And now once again, we have PekeChanzz in the back foot here. So much of control from the side of Easy Win, and Jackson has picked up his 10th gem to his name. They are trying to get down Vesta as well, and that's going to ensure that one less team member from the side of Peke Wins are going to be there. But that's going to be a huge kill. Peke is going to get those gems as well, and he is looking like he's in a great position. D-Skills goes down as well, and this is amazing for PekeChanzz. This is exactly what they need. They need this win to get this next set, and it's huge.
What happened, Pandu? I looked away, I took a sip of water, I looked up. Pam has 10 gems. How? That kind of a play, that kind of a confidence. Double Pam gadget says the chat, says the throws. I mean, on one side you can call it a throw. On the other hand, to me, I think that's a fantastic play. Pam saw an opportunity, he snuck up there and he redeemed himself. I was just about to go on this tangent to say that D-Skills in this game was my MVP and that he was going on an absolute roll, steamrolling this Pam every single time. And yet here, the one time that D-Skills kind of lets the Pam come through, the Pam shows his value. He goes up, he just gets this 1 versus 2 interaction and cleans up with all 18 gems. And I bet D-Skills is probably looking at his team right now wondering like, hey guys, what happened at Face? You know, where'd all those gems go?
Yeah, like I said, sometimes it's not gem grab anymore. Sometimes it's just heist, and You think you might be safe with the gems, but you get taken out, and that's exactly what happens. That's the end of the game. You might have a better composition, you might have the control, but there are these micro plays which come into question, and Scrap Sucker is one which really does change the interactions quite a bit if you do happen to land it, and that's exactly what they did with the Pam there. I gotta say, amazing heads up plays coming in from PekeChanzz. D skills needs to brush up his map awareness because and his offensive awareness, because he got completely taken by surprise.
I think both teams' side laners playing extremely well, and I do have to give a shout out to both teams' gem carries as well. Double Switch is a map that I hate. I'm really bad at it. I'll just put that out there. I don't ever want to play gem carry on this map because there's just so many threats that you have to consider. You're not just playing a 1 versus 1 matchup like most other maps. Double Switch is such a dynamic map, but it has so many pitfalls that can happen, whether it's side lanes pressure, side lanes collapsing, or just missed opportunities. Like every single time Vesta saw an opportunity to capitalize on that left lane and get a quick pick on the bow, he did. And I think Reskuku on that squeak, he's playing a squeak into a bow matchup, which I think just purely based on the range, that is not a matchup that you typically win, actually. I think Bo does have quite a significant range advantage over there, and has many ways to play in that lane. So overall, I'm really surprised from PekeChanzz, and I think that this game for sure they showed that raw individual skill that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is raw individual skill, and it also does come down to those small minor interactions. Those micro plays make all the difference, and PekeChanzz were on top. They had that ability to figure out exactly what they needed to do, and they did execute. I think that side of easy win are definitely going to be sad about how that one turned out. Obviously they did want to win it, but sometimes even if you risk it, you don't get the biscuit. So it's not the best one. But we do have our bans for the next set, the third set, and I believe they are Janet, Buster, Tick, Sprout, Eve, and Penny. And for people who might be confused about the map, I believe it is Canal Grande.
Canal Grande, Janet, Buster, Tick. Janet, Buster, Tick. All right, I need to pull a second Discord screen. Janet, Buster, Squeak. Okay, so at the very least, we're not going to be seeing any World Championship lineups, right? We're not going to be seeing Canal Grande's Worlds kind of draft. I'm happy to see that. I have a hate towards Buster. I don't really like Buster. Buster's kind of a brawler that's a little bit broken right now still. I mean, I think the nerfs that came in definitely did help, but a lot of teams I think are still fearing it. And yep, Sprout, Eve, and Penny coming out on the other side. Penny is a really contested picker on Canal Grande. One of the current flavors, I would say, of the patch, also, and the flavor of Canal Grande in general. Canal Grande is a map that, in terms of the draft, I think we're gonna be seeing a mixture of I think Gene is still in the pool. I think both throwers are banned out, so we do have the potential to see some kind of Gene Squeak Bow kind of combination somewhere along those three lines. There's a few win conditions that you can go for here in Canal Grande, whether you want to just completely dominate one side and just hold onto that advantage, or whether you want to play more like a split 2-1 laning, and in that case you do need a little bit more independent brawlers. Stuff like usually Janet, Buster, these kind of brawlers are very independent, going to go by themselves. Eve has been banned out. That's a notable thing to say. Eve is the strongest support brawler here because of the fact that he's the only brawler on the game that can float on water and open up a third lane in the mid and really allow for pinches that should happen. Wall breaks is also another consideration. I think it's kind of an idea that not many teams have really tried to go for here, because even if you do manage to break up a lot of the walls here in Canal Grande, the problem is that water structure at the start that kind of creates those two choke points can create a risky situation that even if you it's like if you don't immediately win one of the lanes with your wall breaks and you get trapped in the base, you just lose the game on the spot. So a lot of drafts here that can happen here in Canal Grande, and that's kind of scary. This map is not easy. I'm looking forward to see what both teams have in mind here. They should be running out the draft soon right now.
Yeah, that is true. And the thing about Canal Grande is that or rather Bounty, the mode as a whole, this is a commentary on it, is that it has devolved into knockout with extra steps. It does come down to that last interaction, oftentimes in competitive. Maybe not as much in your ladder or power league, but in competitive at least, it comes down to those last few plays, those last few interactions, and you really, really need to be on your A game the entire time. And it's also one map where sometimes it's with the composition that you might be running, it might be hard to keep control off the mid for a long time. Obviously, you want to get a spawn trap going, and depending on your compositions, it's going to be hard to either keep it on the whole time or to reclaim the mid if you happen to lost the mid. Carl is a great brawler to break that spawn trap. It's also a great brawler to get out of, get into a spawn trap position as well. You can use a flying hook to get into positions which are great for your team to force a competitive advantage. That super is going to be so good into a lot of different options, but you got to be considerate and figure out if your Carl is actually going to be that great into brawlers like a Jean, for example. You could flying hook into Jean, but if it uses a lamp blowout, you get completely canceled out. We're going to go into our first game of this third set, and we have Jake on the Daryl, captain on the Jean, and I'm not exactly sure who is playing the Otis there.
Yep, I believe D Skills is the last player that you are thinking about on the Otis. Here on Peke's team, however, we've got Peke on the Poco, Vesta on Ruffs, and Reskuku, I believe, is playing the Carl. So all the picks that we did mention earlier, both teams going for kind of a mixture of win conditions right now. I think this Poco pick is really interesting. It's something that I haven't really considered, but it's a pick that really allows you to just completely buy the space and dominate on one side. And Carl, as you mentioned earlier, it's with that flying hook gadget, being able to get that first blue star advantage is huge. And then in many cases, that just, that one way you can win bounty is already 1 minute on the clock and not a single kill has happened. But this is literally how top tier bounty can be played. You just get 1 star and you consolidate your position, and then you kind of wait. But the nice thing about Easy Win's lineup, though, is that they do have the tools that they need to penetrate this defense. Jackson holding on to this Darrow roll, and Captain with the pull right now, being able to pull in Reskuku. As we were speaking, that is exactly the way that they can shift momentum the other way.
Yeah, that was a great pull from Captain, and he forces his team in a position where they have the advantage. But now Jackson goes in on a Vesta. Those sandbags do come in. It does allow him to stay alive, but a mute rather, on Kendrick Lamar is going to be taking him out, and that is great for the side of Easy with another pull coming in, and they do find the kills thick and fast, and this is looking even better for the side of Easy Win as PekeChanzz don't really have response, and these skills cycling those silencing seabeds like it's nobody's business, and that's going to be first game for the side of Easy Win.
Oh, that was so dirty. That makes me want to take a shower when I watch it. I mean, the feeling there when you're playing a Carl and it looks so juicy, right? You're going into this Genie, you're going into this Otis, and you're like, okay, I can make the play, and then it happens twice. You just get muted twice, and you're pretty much out of this game. I think PekeChanzz, they had a good idea that they wanted to bait out this Gene pull and use the rough sandbags to kind of just completely block that out. But I think the coordination coming out from Easy Win was just way too good. PekeChanzz now, they're kind of changing up their strategy. They're saying we're not gonna turtle, because if we wait for the late game, we're gonna lose this out. So they're actually just completely shifting this up now and going for a different kind of way of play. I really like this coming out from PekeChanzz team, going for this all-out aggression and trying to play for more of a spawn trap and maybe even play for a bit of a wall break kind of a thing and use this Poco here to just keep the aggression funnel and going rather than just turtling in the mid and just waiting. And a spin comes out from Reskuku. Yep, completely diffusing the threat of that Darrow. 5 stars to their name right now already, Pandu.
Yeah, we have seen a different implementation of strategies coming in from PekeChanzz, though it has been cut down their lead by about 2 stars. But that being said, they're still poised to take this one. They just got to keep their head cool. But these fast splatters are finding Vesta quite a bit. Ken Lamar goes in once again, and this is exactly what happened in the last game, where he went in on an Otis, and you don't want to do that. You would want to go onto a Jean, which might be isolated, but an Otis is not the mark for you at all. And this is looking really bad for PekeChanzz, which was a game for them to win, has now become a game for them to lose.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a great reversal that goes there. I mean, both teams, in terms of the timing there, one team had the perfect timing, and the other team, well, PekeChanzz, a bit of an unfortunate timing there. They chose the worst time to possibly go in. Jackson, he was completely well positioned on the right side there, being able to defuse the threat right now, and it's just all about consolidation. And Jackson, again, you know, he's not done, you know, 5 stars to his name, Pandu, and he's like, no, I want a 6-star. These skills, you're not going to be only one in this game, ending with 6 stars right now. And just like that, easy win. They're going to be claiming an easy 2-set advantage in this match. Do I want to say it was an outdraft, Pandu?
I'd say it is slightly an outdraft, but I think that the composition that PekeChanzz ran did have its merit. I think you can win with that composition. You just have to play it really well. You have to have good team synergy and communication, and I think that was lacking for PekeChanzz. It did seem like they were changing up their strategy going into that second game, but it didn't go out. It didn't pan out, because as soon as the Daryl went in, the Carl, I believe, Kendrick Lamar, wanted to go on to the Otis, but the Otis had a super. So I don't know exactly what their idea was, the game plan in mind, because they had a nice strategy in the first part, but then it completely felt like a house of cards. And I don't think that this is exactly how they expected it to turn out. And I'm kind of surprised with how they played that set at Wiggly Spoo.
Yeah, it was a little bit messy there in terms of like how they wanted to play. And as you mentioned there, I think the way that this Carl needed to synergize with the Ruffs was less so of his kind of melee potential and more of that ranged advantage, because Ruffs is so versatile. I mean, wall breaks, they were already starting to mount up and come in. They had to break on the right side. I think they broke completely all the terrain on the right side. And then they shifted their attention here to the left where the terrain's a little bit more closed, which is a bit strange, because usually if you break open the lane, then that's the lane that you kind of want to control, because it's a lot easier to play the range game there. But I guess they didn't feel too comfortable playing that range game into the Otis and the Genie, and they thought that they kind of had to play this kind of closer range battle with the walls and use cover to their advantage. A little bit confusing execution there. I think I like the concept that was coming in from both games. It was very apparent in the first game they didn't want to make any big moves. They just wanted to turtle back and wait for Easy Win to come in and try and push them into it. And there's usually some advantage in that. But I mean, you've got a Daryl that's a battering ram in front of a Gene, and an Otis, which is just basically massive damage and huge utility. I'm not sure if you can turtle into that. It's not as if you have a Tara or something of your own that can kind of hold the advantage back. You know, you have a Poco, you have a Russ, and you have a Carl. These are brawlers that just get picked off one by one. They don't have a lot of damage, and they don't have a lot of necessarily health pool to really work with. It looks deceptively high, but you are going into an Otis Daryl, so complicated there. I think the draft kind of favored by Easy Win there. I feel that the ease of execution for the draft kind of gave them the lead there. Maybe less so of how good the draft actually was, but just how much easier it is to kind of just play a Daryl com with a Gene inside, with an Otis. You're just waiting for timings, right? You're just saying, yeah, I'm going to wait for the Gene pull, I'm going to wait for the Daryl, and then I'm going to go. Whereas on the other team, it's kind of a bit complicated. You're saying, I want to play more positionally. I want to make sure that I choke out the enemy. I take small leads, small advantages, and then maybe when the pull comes, even if you get a pull, you're only getting 2 stars out of me. You're not really getting a huge advantage.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And
we are going to be heading into our next map. I believe it's going to be Knockout out in the open. And a saying that I like to say is that you mentioned earlier that Bounty has basically devolved into a multiple round knockout, right? So now we are going to be seeing the true knockout, which I think if Knockout is in a sense the last 10 seconds of Bounty stretched out into an entire game, that is kind of cool when you think about it, because that promotes the most. It's like you're on a tightrope, right? You're balancing on this tightrope, and this tightrope is basically between trying to crush the opponent in pure aggression and trying to stay composed and stay very conservative and not overextend and not take it too quick. It's kind of like tug of war on a tightrope now that I think about it. Yeah, I'm going to combine 2 analogies, right? You've got a tug of war going on a tightrope, and pretty much you just hold that tension the entire game.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You're at the precipice of a cliff. The stakes are super high. It's almost like you're teetering between Kilimanjaro and Everest, and you don't know if you're going to be falling off or not. So it does make a lot of sense. Your analogy is absolutely right.
Yeah, we're going into our bans right now. I think Piper Squeak Max, Max Piper, Buster. Double bans for the first time. Both teams actually respecting that Max and also respecting that Piper. It's the Squeak and the Buster that's kind of different here. What do you think about that, Pandu?
Well, it's out in the open, and I really think that Piper, this is one of the few maps, at least in competitive now, that we do see Piper being played, just because of the utility of the homemade recipe, and also you can get those wall breaks in, but it is still very difficult to run a Brock into a Piper, just because if you land one hit, that gadget is going to find you even if you try to hide in the grass. So it does make sense that they want to ban them out. Squeak ban also makes a lot of sense because it's great into choke points, and the slows are going to be a huge detractor any sort of regression that you might want to play here. Max is also very good on this map. The Max is so good into the current meta that it has so much of synergistic values that it does bring, that even if Max itself may not be as great, it can really take a brawler which is probably B or C tier and bring it up to the A tier. So it does make sense that it has been picked up. And Brock's though is still open. I'm gonna say that one of the teams are gonna be running Brock. We're gonna go into game number 1 though, Wiggly Spoo.
Yep, I'm a little bit surprised that I was going to say that Gene is still in the pool, but looking at the direction these teams have taken, oh yeah, there's Gus that we haven't really talked too much about. Both teams, they look like they've got some pretty even drafts right now, but if I do have to give favorites, I'm liking PekeChanzz a little bit more this game actually.
Yep.
The Otis on the right side and the Eve matchup here, this is something that I am kind of thinking about, Pandu, whether this is something that you should kind of hard win. Usually Eve versus Max is a matchup that we look at and we kind of say that Max has a huge advantage of pressure, and Otis kind of forms a similar function here. So I'm looking at that lane advantage and kind of seeing that capitalize here on PekeChanzz lineup as they kind of just give up the advantage, Pandu.
That does happen from time to time. D-Skill's picking up that spirit, and wow, Jason goes down as the captain. D-Skills also falls, and that's going to be round 1 from the side of PekeChanzz. They are forcing their advantage quite heavily, and it just seems like the side of Easy Win are playing from behind here just a little bit, in terms of my opinion, Wiggly Smooth.
Yep, I think Easy Win, their timing has to be in this early game where they do have that range advantage. If they wait too late into the game when the smoke cut's coming in, then it's basically really easy for Peke to get up and get a lot of value. Brock shots at that range in kind of like the middle to long distance is also really easy to land. And so yeah, right now I think the way that Easy Win are playing and trying to like capitalize on these shots that Captain is landing is really good. But these skills a little bit too far. They're giving Vesta the position here. A wall break comes out here from Reskuku as he starts to push back Captain. Peke pushing forward. He's flashing his super, trying to think of something, trying to make a play here. Jakey popping off that shoe. He's going in for Kendrick Lamar. He should drop here. Reskuku a little bit mispositioned there. And Peke, he's going to drop very soon. And a reversal already happening here, Pandu.
Yeah, very aggressive plays coming in from the side of Easy Win, and I have to say the reason for their success, you have to attribute to Captain. He has been hitting those shots so consistently against these sides of Easy Win, against the side of Peke, that it's absolutely insane how dominant he's been. But that being said, he's missed a lot of shots here, but D-Skill's picking up the slack on the right-hand side, and they have forced themselves into the mid just a little bit this time around, Easy Win.
Yep. I think the way that Easy Win kind of need to play this timing is really important. They cannot afford to stall this out. They need to play their matchups right between Captain and the Gus here on the left side. This is their play area. This is the kind of the pair, their strong pair that they really have to capitalize on. And I'm really looking forward to see how this Gus kind of plays out. D-Skills, however, just when I'm saying that the power couple is between Jason and Captain, D-Skills says, Wiggly Spoon, don't forget about me. I can make plays too.
Yeah, for sure. And this is looking really good for the side of Easy Win here. Peke desperate here, and he gets caught out in his desperation. Rock and Rain coming out on the left-hand side. Lamar finding 1 kill, but he is caught in the smoke and asphyxiates to his death as the first game goes to the side of Easy Win. They did have a slight drop-off in the round 1, but were able to pick up the slack in the second and third rounds, Wiggly Speed.
That is really scary for PekeChanzz, because now they're down by 1 game, and I think this is the decisive match. They're already on match point. If they lose this one, they're out of AME, and being the first team out of any tournament never feels good. So PekeChanzz, please summon the energy and let's push back into this game. Already coming in, it's the same setup as last game right now. But PekeChanzz, they look like they kind of want to be the ones on the aggressive here. PekeChanzz pushing up into the center, getting pushed back. Kendrick Lamar and Vesta just playing conservatively, but the shots, the number of shots, Pandu, that I'm just seeing come out, it just looks like Easy Win, they're landing everything.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised by the timing of the rocket fuel over there by Kendrick Lamar. Though that being said, everybody has been healed up and we are going back into the mid engage here, and PekeChanzz getting tapped out twice and Captain going on the offensive. He is baying for blood there as PekeChanzz desperately trying to stay out of the limelight, but he gets found out once again, gets taken out, and this is huge. Second kill coming in as well. Best of the last one alive. He's going to be going down as well and has to go and contend in the smoke.
Yeah, I think that's definitely not what you want as PekeChanzz, but that being said, I do have to give such big credit to Captain there, landing so many good taps on Peke, and he smells blood, you know, like you can't really see the HP pull of Peke, but he knows he's low. He knows that this is the time they have to go, and I can tell he's just calling out to his team, telling them, say, Jackson, let's push, let's just go, trust me. And that's the kind of level that you need to play at if you want to win tournaments. Vesta already falling very low. A bounce shot comes out, trying to push him out there. D-Skills getting this position. Peke, he looks a little bit awkward here, swimming around in the mid bush, not really accomplishing anything right now. If you're a Peke fan, I'm feeling a little bit nervous, Pandu.
Yeah, it doesn't seem good for them at all. They've been pushed back consistently, and they've been eating a lot of shots. It's not just them missing the shots. They've been eating a lot of shots to the face. Peke specifically has been fending himself off against Captain, but really being marked, and it just makes it that much harder for him to move up. Kendrick Lamar also has been having a difficult time against Jason with a cookie popper. Finds a kill though, and D-Skills falls, and this might be the opportunity that PekeChanzz need. But they just need to defend against these shots a little bit more, and Peke is the last one alive for his team. He goes in, he finds the kill on a Captain, and that's going to be huge as they finally find their first round.
PekeChanzz finding their footing there, the timing, coming into this mid towards the end game when the smoke's not completely there, but that's when the Janet and the Otis really shine. PekeChanzz, they're holding on for dear life right now. They're on match point. This next round is going to be super duper crucial, but the resources wise, the entire team of Peke has their supers, whereas, you know, the Easy Win, they don't have anything right now. Is this a timing do you think that they should capitalize, Pandu?
I mean, this is exactly what they need to do. They need to go up consistently and go for those pinches, because Jason should not be having as easy a time as he is against Kendrick Lamar. The Brock has range, it has the explosion damage, it has the incendiary, so it should be winning that very consistently. But Peke has been having a really difficult go at it against Captain. Captain has been sniping, and it seems like his aimbot is just fixated on Peke, and now, once again, he has to regen.
Yeah, and Peke there being forced to use the super that he felt a little bit too nervous. That super is kind of really important coming into the end game there. Jakey popping his shield preemptively right now. He's going to go down to a nice pinch between Peke and Reskuku here. D-Skills jumping in. He's going to take 1 tick of damage from the smoke. The smoke takes him out here. Vesta, it's now Vesta against the wall. Let's get the mute. Nice shot coming out here from Vesta. Clutch plays and signs of life from Peke there. Captain, it looked like his aimbot was literally, as you mentioned, only for Peke, because it turned off at that last second. And over there, this is why aimbots, you gotta turn them off, man. You gotta turn them off.
Amazingly well played by the side of PekeChanzz. And is this the start of a possible reverse sweep? I mean, they definitely need this win here, otherwise they will go out in this tournament. They want to force the set number 5, and those desperations are going to be coming into play here as Captain tries to train his auto aim onto Peke. He's not able to hit those shots as much, but Peke has already been pushed back by D-Skills quite a bit, and now Vesta picking up the slack on the right flank here, but Peke goes back and he eats a lot of shots once again. He's low, he gets taken out, and that is huge, a 2v3 for the side of Easy Win.
Oh, I don't envy if you're trying to be Peke there, though. It's not really his fault. Vesta got pushed back there, and then the pinches just started coming in. And like that, Easy Win, they're just gonna clean up. Easy Win look like they're popping off. You know, we talked about the aimbot on Captain. I think he just shared his aimbot with his entire team, and he said, you see this Peke guy? Let's get him out of the mid. Let's take him out. Let's bring him down first, guys. That teamwork that coming from Easy Wins, that's just an amazing level of play, Pandu.
Yeah, and now PekeChanzz facing down the barrel of a gun once again. They've been here twice, and actually thrice. This is the third time that they've been here. They need to win this. They need to get the next round win. Otherwise, it's game over for them. Inverse Polarity coming down and finds absolutely nobody as Easy Win try to force their advantage. They're going on to Peke consistently, and another Inverse Polarity by Captain. Absolutely missing the mark once again. Captain assuming that he is playing like Angel Boy, but missing a lot of his shots this time around. Oh.
Yep, and D-Skills, it looks like he's the one that's going to be on the pinch here. For the first time, I think we're actually seeing PekeChanzz in the dominant position here, pushing up here onto the bush. They may have lost the Brock, but oh no! The positional advantage, Vesta now against the wall. He does have the mute. There is a line of play that does work here, but Jakey, is he going to allow it? Vesta making his play, coming out here. He does get the mute, but however, taken down by the pinch. An Easy Win are going to be your first team to move up in the AME 2022, Pandu. What a match.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane, and I should probably
It's all right. It's okay. We can look at this for a bit. We can look at the next match that's going to be coming out here. But yeah. Wow. 3-1 in favor of Easy Win. Was that an easy win though, Pandu?
I don't think it was an easy win. They were being pressured a lot, and obviously our region is one where you're going to be prone to a lot of issues in terms of ping and whatnot, so those did come into play, but ping doesn't really affect your ability to dodge shots, and I just think that Peke was not in his A game today. He wasn't reacting as fast as he probably could have, and they really did face the brunt of the heat that Easy Win brought to them. And I think that PekeChanzz, they have the right idea, it just didn't have the right execution at the end.
Yep. I think something that you mentioned there, you know, ping not really affecting the ability to dodge. It doesn't, but it does kind of change the overall psychology of the brain, and I think that indirectly can really affect the way that you move and the way that you dodge. But there is something that definitely isn't affected by the ping, and that's the draft. And I think 2 of the drafts that came out in this series did look completely favored in Easy Win's direction, right? When we look back at Heist and we look back at Bounty, Easy Win, they just seem to have a really solid idea of what they want to do. And that's one of the things that I was really impressed by. But that last knockout set, that was all just teamwork. They lost the first match because of the timings that they were really playing at against PekeChanzz, but they identified where they were strong and where they were weak, and they capitalized that on really well. That's what I really liked about how Easy Win played.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree with you here. And so we're going to go into our second match very soon. It is going to be FN versus Ganbare Npocham. But yes, Easy Win have taken down PekeChanzz and are going to be going up against Prada in the next match that they do have, which is going to be the semifinal number 1 or the third match of the day. But the match that we are going to be seeing right now is going to be FN versus Ganbare Npocham in about 3 minutes. We will see you guys after that. Oh,
Hey Pandu, welcome back. It looks like we've got some nice Olays in the background. We're going to be heading into our next match. As you mentioned, it is going to be FN versus Npocham. Uh, and Npocham, that is kind of like a mixture between Rising Sun, I believe, and a little bit of Blood Diamond. Or currently, I think they're called Ataru-chan Club from the monthly finals. So basically, a very, very, very seasoned team. The name that calls out to me right now obviously has to be Milkreo. I still look back and think of him as the 2019 world
the
champion.
OG.
I mean, to me, in my mind, I say he's the world champion, but then I have to realize that they didn't actually win. Like Animal Jumpers didn't win, even though in my heart I wish they did. So Rudon Tom, I love you guys, but yeah, in my mind, they are a very, very, very strong end season team. And I did get the pleasure to cast them, Milkreo at ESL, and he's definitely a huge pillar of support. That's what the Japanese players did say about him, that he was the veteran and kind of the guy that was kind of guiding everyone. Dempsey's been around for a very long time as well, I believe. Doesn't have as much of the spotlight, but definitely a really, really strong player. And these are the Japanese teams.
Yeah, that is Ganbare Npocham. I believe FN though is, if I'm not mistaken, a Taiwanese team. They have Paratech YT, who's a YouTuber, has about 40,000 subscribers, and then we have Shidai Sagoyaki.
Yeah, I said Sagoyaki, but I think it's Sagoyaki. But I mean, we'll figure it out. I'm just
gonna
calling
Sagoyaki is like a bit too Japanese, like I feel, but like Sagoyaki maybe, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, maybe Sagoyaki. Yeah, perhaps Sagoyaki. Pretty seasoned team, I believe. I'm not sure if you recognize them, but I recognize them. I've kind of got destroyed by them like a little bit too many times. I'm gonna bring mine. You know, I can't reach it. You know, you got Panda going on right there, but you know, I've got something else going over there that I can't really reach. But yeah, as we were mentioning about the teams, right? Paratech, huge YouTuber. You guys should go and check him out. Paratech, he does a lot of Chinese content, completely in Chinese. He's very, very, very fluent, and he covers basically everything. I see a lot about the new patch. I see a lot about update notes in general. Pretty nice guy, pretty consistent person. His two teammates, however, they're not YouTubers and they're not very big on social media either. But if I recall correctly, this is a team that has been together since like as early as like 2019 as well. So they are very, very, very experienced. Back when the Taiwanese Brawl Stars scene was still a little bit bigger, I do believe that they were like the second to this other team called Kick's team. So I'm not sure if you remember, Pandu, back in the day when Kick's team was still not a CESA kind of a thing, and it was more of a Taiwanese thing. But yeah, this was the team that was, I think, Kick's team's academy team, or they were the Kick's team junior team or something. So very, very, very experienced team. Moving forward from that, I think they've still been competing in the East Asia scene. So we should be up for a game that doesn't really have as much server kind of disparity. And I think I'm going to be looking forward to seeing a much, much closer game. I did get to watch a little bit of FN play here in the qualifiers. I spectated them knocking out, I believe it was Response's team. So FN, you can kind of put the power level as like almost somewhere on par with these top teams. So really looking forward to this next match going forward.
Yep. And I have put our names, so in case you guys thought I was Wiggly Spoo and he was PekeChanzz, now you know. Now you know who's who.
Right. It's okay. I don't mind being PekeChanzz. Like I'd rather be PekeChanzz. PekeChanzz is such a clean name. You know, at some point I actually had Panda in my IGN. Like that's a true story right there.
Oh, I just realized I'm so dumb. I should probably not share this screen with you because otherwise you're gonna be confused about the game. And we're gonna go into this game here because you're gonna see our faces.
It's okay, I'll pass over our faces instead. Already we're gonna be going into our next match. It is gonna be hot potato. And the draft, these are drafting. I mean, it's like a lot more control kind of drafting. No real advantages here. However, a quick kill comes out here on the wall, I believe. And control currently is at the end favor. Wahochi, however, is going to be penetrating through on the left side here, doing quite a number on the save. Dempsey is also kind of sneaking his way through right now. Wahochi a little bit off the mark there with that. He's not going to get the value on the save, but they have kind of achieved their objective right now. They are intending to completely ignore this collect. They don't really want to off more supers that will help. And a nice kind of a play coming out here from Wahochi there, tanking and completely taking out the collect here. That's going to buy some space right now though. FN in control in the center now, Bandu.
Yeah, looking very good for the side of FN here as they do face off against this really strong team of Ganbare Npocham. And Dempsey is going to be caught between rock and hard place, though he has activated Berserker and he should be getting a lot more damage on the save here as he goes for the objective but gets taken out. And this Daryl is such a stiff opposition for the side of FN to deal with. I mean, yes, Spike is one of the best brawlers to take out a tank, but maybe not in this meta as Dempsey goes in response to the Daryl on the other side.
And already, I mean, the numbers-wise, it does look like FN are in the advantageous position. Sagoiki with a nice card going out there, Colette lining up and getting this other super. That's going to be cleaning up this game very, very quickly. It looks like Ganbare Npocham a little bit disorganized right there in the way they want to play. And FN, it looks like they're playing like a team, Pandu. It's really, really scary right now. Yeah,
for sure. And I just think that Ganbare Npocham definitely have that ability, but it just hasn't panned out for them so far. I think that if they change their way of dealing with this FN opposition, they might be able to come out on top. But Shidai is going to be going ham with his gotcha gadget against Dempsey, but Dempsey playing a little bit of showdown there, gets a little bit of kills after sneaking through the grass there.
Yep, Shidai right now, it looks like he's a little bit overloaded, trying to balance between the mid. Sagoiki is going to come back right now. Nice shots coming out here from Sagoiki, and they're going to pinch out Dempsey, but at what cost? Wahochi is currently controlling the backline. I believe he is using is he popping concussion? No, he is not. He's using the lifeline. He's not going to get massive damage onto the save there. He's trying to suicide there for a little bit of damage. Dempsey holding in the center now, but it is FN who regained the control package.
Yeah, and it's so hard for Ganbare Npocham to break this control because especially since Sagoiki has his super and the energize, that turret is going to stay up for a much longer time, and it also has a lot more HP, but those kills coming in thick and fast for the side of FN, and they get even more damage on the objective. It goes down 38%, but on the other side, Dempsey's doing a number on the safe here. He's taking it down to 34% and forced the advantage for the side of Ganbare Npocham by 4%.
Yeah, it looks like Shidai, his job is just, he has to do everything on one side. He has to be like this consistent damage dealer. On the other side, he's the only way to check Dempsey. Right now, they're sticking Daryl onto it to try to get him out here. They should get this thing cleaned up right now, but that's going to give a little bit of space back in Ganbare Npocham's hands. And another shot coming out from Wahochi. The curveball hits. Shidai tries to get the kill on Milk Grail, but it's going to be taken down by the Otis Mute. Dempsey cleans up in the center, and this game looks a lot more in Ganbare Npocham's control. Right now, controlling the center. Wahochi throws out a super. It's a little bit of a zoning super. Milk Grail gets tapped out, but Sagoiki and Dempsey now looking for opportunities. Maybe this witch super from the collect could be the one. Giving some damage here. It's 37% out on the save here, Pandu. Right away.
Yeah, for sure. It is going quite back and forth here, and we see PowerTech trying to go for a roll here, and this would be the best opportunity. Obviously, popping concussion not a consideration, but a mute coming in, and he does go down quite a bit, and this looks like it's going to be game for FN.
Okay. I was wondering how that sentence would end up, but yeah, it looks like FN. Just the better team here, maybe, perhaps, in this high set. I didn't really... I like the Jesse pick that came up here, paired up with the Colette. It's not something that you usually see to just draft in that fashion. Colette usually just stuck it on the mid, but I think it could have been something like when they saw the Otis pick, they decided that, they needed an alternative mid, and they wanted to just stick this Colette onto this bull. So I think FN making some really, really nice drafting adjustments there. I do believe PowerTech isn't currently playing. I believe that is the fourth player who's playing. I think it's Un, if I remember that's his pronunciation. I don't think I have him in my list right now, so I'm just gonna add him in real quick. But yeah, I don't think PowerTech is currently playing. Sagoiki and Shida are playing, but the Daryl player is this person called Un, which I believe translates roughly to peace. So
Oh, okay. Because I don't know how to pronounce that. I just assume that it's Sparta.
Please pardon my Mandarin as well.
I will add it to my notes now, so I'm not unaware.
Yep.
Pardon the pun.
Pardon the pun. Well, FN though, going up against Ganbare Npocham, it might look like on paper that Ganbare is less the better team just by pure accreditation, right? Like we say Rising Sun, we say Ataru Chan Club, these two teams coming together, that's like the third and fourth best East Asia teams. And yet, just like that, you know, FN, they just take the win as if it's basically they can play on a completely even level. I think that just goes to show that when you look at these kind of tournaments, you just can't really underestimate everybody that's kind of made it this far. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, you know, FN, they already beat out Response. So that's a pretty big benchmark to bench against.
Oh, wow.
We're going to be looking at a really, really good match. Let me look at the maps real quick. I do believe it's going to be the same map as just now, right? Yeah, it is. So we're going to be heading into Double Swoosh. I believe the teams have already entered in the bans.
Yeah, the bans are Poco, Janet, Buster, Jean, Penny, and Buster for Double Swoosh. So they are respecting the Buster. Penny and Jean have been banned out together. Usually don't see those set of bans together because you do like to run the Penny in this map. It's good into very aggressive options. But now Squeak is in play, Amber is in play. You're gonna have Max in play, Stu as well. So a lot of different paradigms that you could opt for in this specific instance here. And what do you think we're gonna be facing and seeing, Wheelie Spew?
I think a big pick that both teams will be highly contesting for is probably gonna be the Otis. Otis is just kind of even after the brief nerf that they did this current patch, he's still really strong. One of the best side laners in the game. But yeah, I think what you mentioned earlier about the B idea, it's still one of the more stable picks. But I'm not sure what Japan's kind of metagame, whether there's a little bit of a difference there. Maybe you might see something else here.
Yeah, Japan is quite unpredictable with how they play. For example, if you just talk about Zeta at Worlds, they were hiding their hand for the entire year. Everybody thought that, oh, Japan only wins because of mechanical ability and their drafting is poor. They can basically win because of them diffing people based on skill. And you go into Worlds and then all of a sudden all these optimal drafts are being picked up by Zeta and they're winning not only the draft, also mechanically as well. And then it's just basically a complete blowout against any opposition that they did happen to face. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some Japanese teams, you know, go for very meta compositions that you have seen at Worlds, and it's going to be working out for them. But I do feel that Spike pick wasn't the most optimal pick in that last map in Hot Potato.
Yeah, maybe they were trying to make a play, or maybe they were trying to test out like the strength of the new Spike gear that just came out. That 50% slow in theory should make him like strong enough to deal with most tanks. But Daryl's kind of a special tank in that regard because he doesn't really care so much about the matchup. He just cares more about trying to get his super and then go up, and then that's this kind of utility that he brings. Which is, he just brings so much raw damage on the save that you just keep having to play on the back foot. Not sure if it's about the brawler, but there were a few plays that Wahochi did make that I felt was a bit questionable. So for example, you know, when you bring life plan, typically your idea is you just want to hold the control in certain places, but he seemed that he was quite insistent on getting damage onto the save, sometimes even just completely running in and throwing his life away just for the sake of like 1 or 2 extra shots, rather than to try and hold the position and try and maintain the center control there with his super. And then obviously some supers were a little bit misplaced, so I'm looking forward to see a different kind of approach in the next game. I hope they change things up, and I hope they Ganbare. Ganbare in Japanese means like let's go, you know, like an encouragement, right? So I hope Ganbare, ganbate.
Nicely done. But yeah, I mean, if any team here in this LeaguePass tournament of AME 2022 can do it, it's probably Ganbare Npocham, because they have the names, they have the star power, but I think they also have the mechanical ability. And maybe it was an offset for them. FN though played really well. They're going to be looking to continue more of the success going into the second set. Obviously, double swoosh is a very important map for them, but I think it's really going to come down to Canal Grande, because Canal Grande is one of those maps where it's going to be changing the momentum that you have. So even if you win the first 2 sets, the team which wins the Canal Grande probably have the biggest advantage going in for this next one. But we're gonna go into the second set here. Dempsey on the stew there, and it seems to be a pretty even showing here, though a little bit more control on the side of FN.
Yeah, and it looks like right now on the left side, already taking that quick kill. That Otis pick coming out right now, one of the strongest laners in the game, already getting a quick kill. That's gonna give them a little bit of advantage here. But Milkreo, he strikes back already on the right side. Both teams' safe laners doing extremely well right now, and Dempsey right now holding the center, currently 4 gems. He's pretty comfortable in this position right now. This kind of a gem lead is typically kind of unprecedented, and Dempsey, he wants more than a gem lead, but a little bit of an overextension here, getting caught up by the mute. Milkreo, however, right now also going to be going down. Oh dear, Dempsey. Gems, Bandu.
Yeah, but is Dempsey going to get the redemption that he's looking for? That remains to be seen. He has got his super once again and can go on the aggression, but he's going to be facing a very difficult opposition of Traoyaki. And Shidai on the right-hand side doing really well, and Falhochi jumping in with a Hail Mary play. Dempsey looking like he's hungry for those gems here, and a complete shutdown of FN by the side of Ganbare Npocham. Dempsey could have gone for one more. He does have the long dash here, the very short dash here, and he does get a little bit of the gems back to the team's name. But it was a very suspect position for the side of Ganbare Npocham to be in, and Sagoiki missing his shield on Anan is going to be putting a wrench in the works.
Yeah, I mean, let's just assume that he's Otis right now, okay? And already we're seeing a team-wide come out from the side of Ganbare-chan, who really just seems to be insistent on winning the laning kind of a phase here right now. Wahochi just now with those Hail Mary things that you mentioned, those jumps, I think that really resetted the momentum. And Stu, as one of the few brawlers inside this map, is one of those gem carriers that really can just put on so much aggression in the mid just because of how the nature of the brawler works. You know, it's not like a Gus. It's not a conservative type of brawler in any ways, and that's why the gem disparity, right? Like you can imagine in a typical game of gem grab, the gem split is like 1-1, right? But when you drop a disparity like Stu versus Gus, it's like, yeah, like right now, Stu's gonna pick up both gems. You know, one gem's yours, right? But no, he gets both, and that's like a tiny advantage that you get. He doesn't used to get big kills, but here Ganbare, they're really doing very well, man.
Yeah, for sure. And we're seeing a little bit of stress testing on Milkreo. The whole composition of the team is testing out whether Spike is viable in a lot more maps with the new gear that it does have. So I do like that. This is probably the best time to test it out. But so far, it's a pretty even game. Though on the left-hand side, we see Sagoiki taking the role of the mid player, the lane player, and Shidai on the mid this time around. But Dempsey going in once again. He has Gasso heal, so he's going to be healing up consistently. And it is a pretty even gem game, but huge lead and a huge amount of control being exerted by FN here. And sorry, Ganbare Npocham, I'm getting so confused in my head.
It's okay, because Dempsey is not confused. He's got the eye on the prize and targeting Sagoiki right now, missing out his last shot, but that's okay. He can get super quickly right back here. A double dash coming up from Dempsey. That's an indication right now that this guy is a zero ping monster. Sagoiki, however, gonna get a nice tap onto Dempsey. The zero ping monster goes down. Is this the opportunity, Bandu, that they need to get back into the game?
Yes, and will they squander it, or will they be able to come out on top? Well, actually, slightly missing his super on Sagoiki, but he does find a kill on the Shidai. That's going to give them a lot more control of this mid here. 9-5 is the gem line, and Sagoiki desperately trying to keep people back and pushing them, getting those shots off. Keeping them at bay is the most important thing for them. They are down in terms of the gem line, so they desperately need to get a few more gems to their name, but now they need to kill Milkreo or Dempsey will do it. Will they be able to find there's going to be a silencing seabed on Anan, and a jump coming in once again by Wahochi. He does get muted, but he does find a kill though, and this is 3 seconds left, and nobody, not even a prayer for the side of FN is going to help them out, as the set is going to go to Ganbare Npocham.
Ooh, so clean. That was pretty. That was really clean. I love the movement that was coming out from Ganbare there. The way that they understood that in this draft, the only kind of quote-unquote checked this stew was this kind of Otis. And you know, Wahochi, he might have looked a little bit strange there, like doing all these kind of chumps and then taking his own life in there, but I think that's exactly what the brawler is intended to do. When you know that you've got a kind of a winning kind of a matchup, and you know that you win over time just because of the fact that your matchups are better, then you can afford to take this kind of plays. You abandon your lane, you jump 3 people, you slow 2, you take down 1. Man, Wahochi stepped up a lot that game.
Yeah, I mean, there was no reply from FN. Wahochi's jumps were so impactful. Every single time he took out one person and put 2 members of FN in very susceptible positions. And we saw Ganbare Npocham really utilizing those plays to their advantage. It's not to say that they were never in control. I think the majority of the time they did have a lot more control than the side of FN. But I think that the Crow just kind of, you know, put that last nail in the coffin repeatedly for a lot of people.
Yep, I think that was that's kind of the paradox, right? So on one side, it's true that the lanes wise, when you put this Gus and you put this Otis up against the Crow, that's a matchup that Crow kind of will lose, like in most cases over there, and which is what happened. Like, Wahochi kind of fed a few times on the left side there, and it looked a bit bad, but all those engagements over time, it's building up to his win condition. This super that he gets up that really kind of tips the balance. And I mean, when we talk about balance and we talk as if like Ganbare was on the back foot, but actually Dempsey on the stew pick here just had no answer whatsoever. I think the 2 times that Dempsey died was never because of a play that was made, but it was just a mistake that he made. Like Dempsey diving the base a little bit too far, and then a stray shot coming out from the guns that brings him down. So actually, in my mind, the stew never really died. Like there were 2 kind of sus deaths, but aside from that, that stew was unstoppable. And what do you do when there's an unstoppable gem carrier?
Yeah, I mean, Stu is generally a really good pick here, especially into the composition that they had. But it's not just a Stu, it's a 0 ping Stu. And if they have 0 ping, you're probably not going to have that 0 ping yourself. So 0 ping Stu is probably one of the most broken brawlers. And on a person like that, on Dempsey, with his prowess and his mechanical ability, not surprising that they were able to force their aggression. And FN just didn't have anything to say about it. They couldn't. They were completely muted, despite the fact that they had the Otis though.
Yeah, they're the one with the mute, and yet they got muted. I think the Amber pick was something that in my mind I wasn't really sure about. That was the kind of the brawler that on one hand it looked like it was stably holding the lane, but Shida, you know, on the previous set here on the heist, he was playing this Colette, this very high mechanical skill brawler, and he was really doing God's work there, like popping off completely, doing so many nice plays between gadgets and supers. And then yeah, in this game it kind of felt like a step down to me. Putting him on this Amber, a brawler that doesn't really have an extensive amount of impact. And in general, I didn't really see a reason why Amber should have really been in that draft. I wasn't sure what they were really concerned about, or the value that they saw in kind of the bush burning, or in the control that it really provided. Because yeah, it ended up leaving this stew completely unanswered.
Yeah, I mean, see, the Amber pick on this map, it's a pretty decent pick all around. We've seen it being picked up quite a lot in a lot of previous metas, but you need to have a secondary objective as to why you're picking the Amber. It's not just the grass burning. It is good to take on a Stew, for example, because it has the sandbags. It's good for a Terra because it has those Terra pets. But if your opposition is not going to have multiple targets for you to go up against, the Amber is absolutely pointless there, because there are going to be better brawlers which can achieve that objective on that lane, which Amber can fill. But I just think that the Amber pick was probably not the most sound decision coming in from FN. Yep.
I think moving on into Cano Grande, however, we've got the bans that have come out here. Double Janet from both sides. We've got Baster. The way that they're spelling it is with an A, not a U. So it's Baster, Jean, Ash, and Squeak. So we've got a total of 5 bans. Once again, no Buster. It looks like Brandu. Like, no one in this tournament just wants to do with that guy. Like, what's up with this dude, man?
I think that it's still really broken. The newest gadget that it does have, it pulls in opponents to you, and that is one of the biggest reasons why you want to be careful about it, especially in a map like Canal Grande. Lots of walls, lots of bushes for Buster to completely sneak up onto you if you're not paying attention. If you blink it is going to be a buster on your face. So you got to be very, very careful about it. It is a pretty busted brawler, and I wouldn't want to face it. You want to have something that you are used to playing against, and maybe people aren't used to buster in the meta as much as some of the other regions are. So I'm not surprised to see that it has been banned out, but there are probably other bans that you could go for. Ashe as a ban, it is a pretty decent ban. Ashe is really good on this map. Jean as well. It's good. It's probably the best brawler for scattering and pushing. We're gonna go into game number 1 off this third set. 1 apiece to both Ganbare Npocham and FN so far.
Yup, and already 2 completely different drafting ideas coming out. On FN, we've got the classic, old, but the still useful kind of wall break style coming out from the Bronx here. And Penny kind of needs to do the back thing. Talk about it, and already control Shidai pushing up here with that cannon, gonna be able to push back Dempsey. Can that shot coming back from Milkreo get the nice kill? It's gonna be able to even this up a little bit, but Milkreo, he's forced to use the flying hit to get out there. A nice heads up play from Milkreo. That could have been disastrous, Pandu.
Yeah, and that's already 2 utilities utilized for the side of Ganbare Npocham, and lots of rocket rains coming in. Walls are breaking left and right, and now the Tick has a very difficult proposition. It has to go up against this left lane where everything has opened up already, so it's going to be hard for it to get back into position here. Milkreo doing all the work on this right hand side and keeping both Anan and Shidai very low, as is Wahochi on the Eve, and this Eve pick was allowed to go to Ganbare Npocham as well. So that is quite surprising, all things considered. And we are winding down to 50 seconds. It is an even game, though the blue star is on the side of Ganbare Npocham, and things are definitely heating up here quickly.
Tempo in favor of Ganbare Npocham, but they are not showing any signs of passivity right now. The aggression piles up, and Wahochi gets another kill to the name of Ganbare Npocham. It looks very good on paper. Wall breaks, he said. Wall breaks are the way to answer the Tick, but right now the only answer that I'm seeing is Milkreo getting an easy spin, and yet another kill coming out from Dempsey on Sagoiki. 20 seconds on the clock, and this looks like the beginning of the end for FN in this first game of Cano Grande, Pandu.
Yeah, it definitely is finito here, but Dempsey is going to be going down. Milkreo also does fall, but he does get a kill himself, and this is looking great for the side of Ganbare Npocham. It did look a little suspect, but they were able to come out on top at the end there, and that's what matters. The last second matters, the last star, and the last interaction, and Ganbare Npocham were able to keep their head on their shoulders, cool as you like. They were able to execute exactly what they needed to do. We're going to go into this next game. It might be the final game of this third set, and Ganbare Npocham already have the advantage here, so FN have their work cut out for them, Woodley.
Yep, the lanes right now, Dempsey getting exactly what he wants. Shidai, though, being able to push up here. He's a little bit low, but he's still going to be able to pushing up here, trying to squeeze out Dempsey. They have reversed the polarity in terms of the stars. Let's see if they can hold on to this control, Pandu.
Yeah, for sure. And oh, another kill coming in. Sagoiki getting the kill on Milkreo is going to be huge. There's going to be a 3-star advantage for the side of FN here, and they are looking very, very strong. They had rocket rains coming out on the left-hand side, and this is a very good opportunity for them to keep control.
Yup, a spawn trap is starting to mount up in the favor of FN though, but just as I say that, Milkreo and Wahochi beautifully dodging right now, pushing up in that mid and left side. The beauty of this speed pick is that it draws fire to places that it shouldn't usually draw. It creates this third lane, and Milkreo right now going for a play onto Shidai, but Shidai, a nice heads-up play using that cannon with the star power to knock back Milkreo to defuse what otherwise could have been a complete disaster. Shidai, however, he smells blood. He's actually going to go forward to make another play. Shidai still so low. Finally, he drops. Shidai, you need to calm down there. Sagoiki cleans up for him, and the aggression, the team fight has to stop. Milkreo gets a kill onto the gun Anan here. You know, I was wondering 3 times in that phrase when this cycle, and it looks like it's not ending anytime soon. A cannon drops off from Shidai. He's going to trade it off, but Milkreo, he gets the death kill. That's going to be now 2-star advantage in the lead of Ganbare Npocham, Pandu. 15 seconds on the clock. Can they do this?
It is now or never for the side of FN. They're going to be very desperate. They move up, but Milkreo has a super that they need to think about. Shidai goes in. He does a salty barrel. Wahochi's just barely stay alive. He gets taken out, but there's the kill on the other side, and that is going to go to Ganbare Npocham, and they are able to slay FN and finish their advance in this tournament. And Wait, no, never mind.
Wait, no. But yes, they are able to slay the beast because FN, they did play like a beast and the draft looks very, very beastly, but they did slay that beast and they're gonna buy themselves the advantage, the match point kind of advantage going into the next set, Pandu. Wow. I had my hand raised up like 10 times that game. Like, I was like, what? Interactions all around. Never-ending team fights, never-ending aggression. Both these teams, the mechanical skill, the amount of execution, the plays that they're making it look easy. I'm like thirsting almost about this. Like, I feel the hunger coming out from both games. They really, really want to get the cap right now. They're playing really so well. So well, Pandu.
I was just giving you some water. I'm not sure if you can see the stream, but I was giving you water because you're thirsty. We're going into our next set. It is going to be out in the open. And last time in the last match, we saw a captain bringing out the aim, the aimbot. And Ganbare Npocham definitely need this one. Will FN be able to come back in this one? I did say that Ganbare Npocham won, and that was a mistake on my part. I apologize, guys. But we're going to go into this open zone. Sorry, out in the open, which is going to be the next one. I believe the bans are in, and they are Brock, Jean, Gus, Piper, Brock, and Janet.
Yep.
So double Brock
to do
ban.
with Piper, Brock, Jean, Gus, Brock, Janet. Okay, that tells me that basically every team is sane. Every team is, they've got a good idea of what's gonna happen because all these brawlers are really strong. I think we got to see a little bit of that in the previous set. Both the Brock, the Brock and the Gus coming out, and the Janet did come out, but the Janet kind of didn't really live up to the hype. Captain with his aimbot was able to completely defuse that. Stuff that is still in the pool. Otis is still in. Eve is still in. I do believe
Bell.
Penny's still in. Bell's still in. I'm not even sure if people play Penny here. There's a lot of different picks that can still go down right now.
Yeah. Carl
Buster
is an
still
option
in.
that people go for. Buster is open. Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Not that I think anyone should pick it. Oh, Max is open. That's like the really big one.
Yeah, now, I mean, with the bans which are there, Max is going to be so influential because you're going to be running Max with the speed. You're also probably going to see Carlos being picked up, and I have seen people running Daryl on this map as well. So with that Max speed, you might just see that. Or Max Poco as well is also very viable on this map, especially with the bans which are given.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and actually say that we're going to see a tick. Because something on this map that the Japanese and East Asian teams in general really enjoy picking is this tick pick. It's something that a lot of regions don't really fully capitalize on, but when the wall breaks like Brock are kind of banned out, you can actually pick up the tick, even if Max is in the pool, simply because of the fact that tick in knockout is really good. There's just so much utility and value and annoyance that the tick can really provide, and I do believe it is a favor of Ganbare, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and bet that they are gonna at least have a tick, or we're gonna see a tick in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it does make a lot of sense. The bans are conducive to that, but you have Griff, which is open, which is going to be breaking up the walls. Though that means that if you're going to be running the tick, you're going to be hustling to get those kills early on in the first few rounds. So really does come down to what sort of paradigm these teams want to go for. What is their motivation for their draft? Is it going to be to open up the map, or is it going to be to keep all the walls as up as possible, up as long as possible, and possibly go for something more aggressive and controlling? And in those cases, you might just have something like a Squeak being picked up as well. I think that we have seen some teams at Worlds running Squeak on this map, and it has worked out pretty well for them. So wouldn't be surprised to see it here.
Yep, I think there's I couldn't have summarized it better. There's basically completely like 3 kind of paradigms you can play. You can think of it like in 3 different phases, whether you're targeting to just win off the bat, like with superior tempo, or whether you just want to have like that little mid control, that tuffle, that tug of war going on, and just play like a completely standard range game. Or are you one of those teams that want to like play for the late game? You want to play for what we call like overtime in knockout, where the smoke kind of comes in and the map becomes a lot smaller. There's a few different kinds of these win conditions that you can play for. Excited to see what they have. Match point in favor of Ganbare at FN. They respond with the Carl.
Yeah, looking like a very, very strong matchup here. As you said, the Eve is open. Grom has also been picked up by Ganbare Npocham. Grom also has been buffed. Its projectile, it does fall a little bit faster, and it does do quite a lot of damage as well, so you got to be careful about that. But Dempsey, it's going to be a big threat, because once he gets to super, he can jump in on people. They got to be very careful about him, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's forcing his advantage, and they finally kill Bohochi on Shidai going in. He's going to be very low. He does find the kill, though, and he has a super that he can use, and he's going to be going on Milk Rayo. He finds the tap. Milk Rayo is on his last leg. Is he going to be able to survive? And that remains to be seen.
Oh man, Wahochi, he held on to his super there on purpose. I think that would have been an easy triple super there, but when I think he was thinking that they were in the advantage and he wanted to hold on to that. His teammates are going to be able to clean up Sagoiki right now. This should be an easy pick for the side of Ganbare. FN, they really need this win there. Playing the crowd against this buff Grom, as you mentioned. That Grom is a demon, it's a monster. It's doing 2,000 damage per hit. That's a 3-tap on Carl if you're not careful. And right now the team has been coming in, a lot of pressure coming out, a Grom super coming out, and already An again. I'm not sure if An is unlucky or it's just him playing not up to standard right now, but Shida is going to be dropping very soon, and this looks like the beginning of the end, Pandu, as Dempsey does a celebratory jump onto Wahochi and gives him a high five mid-air. Match point.
Very well played by the side of Ganbare Npocham. FN, though, weren't in it at all, and I just feel like they have to execute a bit better. The Grom pick, though, has really caught them unaware, and they are suffering against this Grom. Though, you would expect a tick to be picked up, but I do like this Grom pick here, as a flying hook goes in, and An is going to go unanswered with his kills and his prayers, and that is going to be huge for the side of Ganbare Npocham, as Dempsey still has a super to work with, and Sagoiki and Shidai getting pushed to the mid, and it's just free reign for Dempsey to get those shots off.
Oh man, I guess that flying hook was not the answer that he was looking for. Trying to go for that play here, because now Wahochi just has complete free reign. They're gonna have to concede out this round. FN, they were looking so strong this entire set and this entire series, really. And yet now on their last limbs, are they gonna go out in a fizzle, Pandu?
I don't know, but it just seemed like the soda has become flat. And are they FN? Are they finished? And another super comes in, and Wahochi finds his mark. Sagoiki is also going to be low. I mean, An also going to be low. Sagoiki in the mid here hasn't really made his presence felt at all during the majority of these matches and these sets here. And another time, Sagoiki goes and going down. Dempsey has a jump once again, and that's all she wrote. We saw the death throws, but that is all she wrote, as Ganbare Npocham move on to the next round, and FN are at the end of their road here.
Oh man, FN just F9. I'm trying to make a pun, it's not working. Let's ditch it. That was a great series. That was honestly a great series. It had a climax, it came up, and then it came down, and I'm just thinking towards the end there, you know, I said that there would be a tick pick. I think I kind of forgot the balance changes and kind of forgot that Grom is really buffed alongside the Dynamite. Wahochi, is he my MVP? He is my MVP for that last set for sure. What was your MVP, Pandu, for that set? Was it the draft? Was it the Bonnie? What was it?
I think it was... My MVP was team synergy and the way they were able to force everybody and funnel them to the middle. And that was exactly why they won. If everybody's in the middle, you have the Grom, which just has to attack one area, the Bonnie as well, and it just made a lot of sense. I really like the way they brought this composition together. Sure, you could have had your individual lanes, but if you're able to pressure people and funnel them in one position, it just makes it much easier for you to do the job at hand, and they were able to execute to perfection. Ganbare Npocham.
Yep, it looked like, I mean, I did see some adjustments coming up from FN towards the end there. They did put Shidai on Wahochi, thinking that, okay, you know what, guys, you know, An, you're supposed to win this matchup. I think Carl was supposed to win, but you know what? Just for this, let's swap it up. Let's try and change something up, because we're on our last legs. We need to do something a little bit different, right? We've tried the flying hook into the base. We've tried the flying hook timing. None of it is really working out. Shidai, I'm just gonna take the wheel and go in, and then Shidai goes in and he gets tapped. And it goes to show. I mean, sometimes you can't just swap out players and swap out lanes. Sometimes you can't throw theory out of the window. And looking at this bracket, 1-3, 1-3 onto both sides. And Ganbare Npocham have just won themselves a free date with 3 wins.
I like that. But next up is semifinals number 1. Is Prada going to have an easy win, or are they going to be facing off against some tough opposition? Find out in 5 minutes. And we're back. And our first, I mean, the first semifinals is going to be Prada versus Easy Win. The lineup's going to be Jaden, Matthew, Lucina, and Teacup versus D-Skills, Captain Rocks, Flick, and Crescent of Easy Win. It is going to be, I believe, Prada is a Hong Konger squad versus an Indian squad of Easy Win.
Yep, I'm gonna give you two names right now real quick. So the Chinese name you see that's called Matthew right there, it roughly translates to life and death. And the Chinese name that you see on the bottom, it literally translates to teacup. So yeah, Tape, it means teacup, literally Ta as in tea, and cup is Bei. And Sheng Si, I believe Sheng is like birth and Si death. So I think it's birth death or something. But yeah, I think I'll refer to them more to the brawler. I don't want to butcher their names in the middle of the game right now. And yeah, Easy Win. I think the people that we see on Easy Win are everybody who we already know. We're looking at the format. It's going to be a power match format. Top 8 single elimination bracket. Kind of not really top 8, kind of more like top 6 because we've got 6 teams right now. And it is going to be a best of 5 all the way from the previous round, this round, and the next round. What is a little bit different, Pandu, is the map pool.
Oh, that is true. We're going to have a different set of maps because it is the next round, and I think these maps are also going to be the same for both semifinals. Not 100% sure, but we'll keep you guys posted. The maps are going to be Knockout, Gold Arm Gloves, followed by Ring of Fire, Shooting Star, Center Stage, and Minecart Madness.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the previous 2 sets so far is that we haven't really gotten to see set 5. And set 5 is usually when, you know, the chips come down. And that's when I get the most excited, because that's the point where anything I think can happen, and that's when the nerves come in. So I don't really root for either of these teams, if I'm really honest. Like, I feel even though, yeah, I mean, yes, I'm from technically rest of Asia, and yes, I technically root for Easy Win. Totally biased, unbiased caster right now. I totally root for them, but no, I think it can really go either way. A bit about Prada though. Nobody knows who Prada is. They know it's a brand. But in terms of the team, this team is from the Hong Kong qualifier, I believe. So there was a separate qualifier that was run in AME that was for the Hong Kong region, and only teams that were of 3 members from Hong Kong could play. And so this team, I don't actually know too much about them. I have queued into ladder against them before in my Power League games, and because I'm a coach and not a player, I get destroyed. Have you queued into them before, Panda? Have you?
I have made it like, okay, I value my mental health a little bit, so I've decided I'm not playing Power League anymore. From like May, I've stopped playing Power League games. I played the 1 just to get some rewards. Right now I am at gold 2 in Power League because I stopped playing Power League altogether.
well, I mean, what about the skin? Like, did you play for the skin at least?
I'm like, is it worth my mental health to play to get those skins? And it's like a big no. 6 hours of torture in Elo Hell is okay. If I had pushed early on to like Mythic or maybe like Legendary, I would play it. But now, no.
Right, and it looks like we're gonna be looking not at a Power League game, of course. It is going to be Gold Arm Gouge, and we are gonna be looking at Prada up against Easy Win, and already Easy Win with an easy pick. Jackson on the Piper, getting that homemade recipe ambush combination coming out to get a quick kill.
And it's a pretty good start coming in from Easy Win here, and it's gonna be low as well. The Brock is gonna be almost found out. He does find it at the end. Jackson did whiff a little bit. It looked like he was eating a little bit of spaghetti there, but did come out on top at the end. But Jaden, the last one in his team, is he gonna be able to survive this one? Science point to no.
Yeah, science point to no, because 3 versus 1, it's you know, the math adds up, and right now, and you know, Jaden, he's just trying to charge a super, but it's inevitable. He has nowhere to go, and he's really trapped there, because I don't know who to feed in that case, like whether Gene's super is worse or Otis super is worse. I think they're both equally bad. I think Gene is slightly worse, and Captain right now, he's the man of the hour. He's walking up here with his pull. He's gonna take a little bit of shots right now. Homemade recipe actually queued up by the Piper, but not gonna connect there onto Jaden. That's gonna give a little bit of space, and Jackson is gonna come up here. He lands his shot onto the bowl. That's gonna be quite huge. He's holding his shot right now. That is kind of a strange way to play, but it does work out in the end. But Prada do fire back here. The Brock does take a kill onto the Gene, and it's gonna be 2 for 2 now, Pandu.
Yeah, 2 for 2. A lot of the exit points have already been taken out, and D-Skills being marked up is going to be putting a huge damper in any sort of survival play that he's going for. Jason's best option is to break up the map even more, as he does go for it, but he's going to be so susceptible. It is possible in this position for him to be able to get a 1v2, but it's going to be very, very hard to do so. Also, I doubt the side of Prada are going to let him do that. So they do get that kill. It's going to be a 1-1. Terrain has changed considerably so, and we are going to go into our last round of this first game of this first set.
Yeah, Captain there dropping might have been a little bit uncharacteristic. You're now on the Gene. The map is opened up. He's going to let him touch people a little bit faster. They are going for a pinch on this roll, but pinching with the Gene is kind of like not really pinching very accordingly. But D-Skills, however, nice pinch. That is a pinch that we do want to see here. Jason and D-Skills are going to be able to claim a quick kill onto the Bell.
Yes, and mines have come down, but absolutely finding one person. They find Jason, and that was an amazingly well-timed gadget there from Lucina, and he puts his team in a very good position. Though they are going to be facing off against a 2v2, and Captain's Magic Hand is going to be a huge, huge detractor from any sort of aggression here. But a missed pull coming in, and a huge, huge play is being made. But that being said, Lucina is low as well, and OO being taken out is going to be huge, and it's going to be a 1v2. Science point 2. Easy win taking the dub here.
Yep, easy win taking the dub. They may have missed basically a pull. They may have missed the Otis mute, but unless miracles happen, which they don't, easy win are going to be claiming a not so easy win. Prada, they are down now by the first game only, actually. First game, not the first set. We're going to be heading into game number 2. Let's see how Prada tries to change things up, Pandu.
Yeah, it did look like there was a bit more riz on the side of easy win in that first game there. Though it wasn't exactly as easy for them as it would suggest. Lucina did have a very good gadget, but the thing is, with that gadget, it is slightly a bit of a hit and a miss. So you got to be very careful about how you use it. Otherwise, you're going to be squandering it. And D-Skills going down on the right-hand side. Captain is also going to be pinched on this top right side if he's not careful, but nobody helping out OO on the left-hand side here. As Captain goes in, he does get Jaden low. He finds a kill on a Jaden. That's going to be huge. Jason is going to be low. He's going to be taken out here, and it's going to be a 1v2 once again for Captain to deal with. And I don't know. I feel like the communication for both these teams has been very off. Pull coming in from Captain. He goes in. Is he going to be able to find the kill? No, he gets taken out.
Pandu, what is going on? There's theory, there's things that are supposed to happen in a professional game of Brawl Stars, and in this game, I'm seeing like a code 5 violation of all these theories. You know, for example, like at the very end right there, why? I mean, Captain, hold the pull. You're 1 versus 2. You're not taking the new gadget. You don't have damage. There's no way you get that kill there. Don't do it. It's alright. He's gonna get it this time. This time he's gonna follow the theory. This time he's gonna land the pull, and D-Skills is gonna pop him with a lot of damage right now. And that's gonna buy a lot of space and a lot of advantage right now for Easy Win, who have regained a little bit of that momentum, Pandu.
Yeah, they surely have, and now on the back foot once again is the side of Prada. Are they going to be fashionable enough? And it doesn't seem to be so, but D-Skills whipping 3 clips is going to be putting a little bit of a damper in their aggression, as it is going to be back to a mid-fight once again.
Yep, 3 versus 2, however, there are still some chances. Nope, not anymore. Whatever chance that there was there, whatever chance that I thought of, it's gone. Jaden, into the smoke you go. It's time to reset. It's time to go to the next one. Prada, once again, this is a position that they were in last game. 1-1 in the rounds, and this time, hopefully, they do need to claim this one. Mines are going to be flying out here, trying to dissuade Captain a little bit, but it looks like they're not really too sure where they want to go. Putting Bell and Brock together on the pipe. I'm not sure if that's what they really want to be doing right now. They're giving a lot of space to the side of Captain and D-Skills. And here, oh man, Brock getting that tap there, playing a little bit with fire. Maybe he keeps count. Homemade recipe that would have been disastrous for him, Pandu.
For sure, and it looks like a little bit more control from the side of Prada this time around, though Jaden has to be careful about this bottom lane that he was trying to go on. D-Skills did catch him out last time around, and he's got to be very, very careful here. And we see a lot of sneaks happening. I'm not even sure where the Piper is anymore, and Piper is very, very low, managing to get out of that kerfuffle just in the nick of time. But D-Skills has his mute. Is he going to be censoring anybody? Fat Splatter coming down, and he's looking very, very aggressive. He looks like he wants to make a play here.
Yeah, the smoke coming in right now in the late game. It is going to be the first blood. The first kill comes out onto Captain. However, Mute flies out onto the Bell. And another pinch coming out. It looks like this is going to be a repeat of game number 1 unless everybody shoots into the smoke for some reason. And already easy win with this huge advantage in the late game are going to be able to claim the set number 1 here in Knockout.
Yeah, they played this one really, really well. Kept their heads, you know, above their shoulders, and ensured that they were in a good position to keep control most of the time. There were some bad plays being made by Prada in the sense that they weren't cognizant of the fact that there were pinching opportunities that they did put themselves into, which was capitalized by the side of Easy Win. But even Easy Win, in terms of the fundamentals of this map, haven't really been sticking to them. We saw Captain squandering a super early on in that first game. We also saw them going in a position where they could have pinched themselves, but they ended up getting pinched instead, and that was probably not the best display of your mechanics or your ability to read the game. And I think that both these teams need to shape up. Both these teams need to play a bit more clean, because there are definitely chinks in the armor, and I think the semifinalists in the other side of the bracket are looking at this game to see exactly how these teams are playing and dissect them in a methodical position, in a methodical fashion.
Absolutely. I think we just came out of watching arguably one of the tournament favorites, right? Ganbare Npocham and F and duke out of each other, and that game, it felt so cutthroat, and it felt every single game felt close. This is close, but in the other direction. And I agree with you completely. I think there's a lot of room to improve here for both teams. But who am I to talk, right? I'm just a caster. I'm not supposed to have an opinion. But that being said, I do have an opinion on the draft, and I do have an opinion on Ring of Fire, which is the next map that we are going to be heading into. The bans are in, and they've gone with Carl, Janet, Gus on the side of Easy Win, and on Prada we've got Otis, Buster, and Janet. So double Janet ban from both teams, really respecting that here in the Ring of Fire. And Otis and Carl getting banned out, both two other brawlers that are really, really strong. Buster in Ring of Fire, it is something that I believe we only got to see at Worlds once by Reply Totem when they were up against Zeta Division, and that comp was something along the lines of Poco Max and Buster. So perhaps that comp, just the Buster brand, just coming in here just to preemptively make sure that that kind of a cheese doesn't really come out again.
Yeah, for sure. But you think about the brawlers that are still going to be in play, you're going to have things like the Squeak. Squeak is going to allow you and afford you a lot of early control. You're going to be putting this residue down in a position where the other team can't really move up into the point, and that is probably what one of the teams might want to go for. Other options that you could go for, Brock has a range. It can break up these walls, and it's going to make it harder for your team to sneak up if the Brock breaks your walls. So you got to be very careful about that as a pick. Max is also one of the really, really good picks because it can help you get to an aggressive position very, very fast. But I think that it really depends on how Crow or B are drafted. If they are drafted, then the Max may not be picked up by either team, and I don't think it's an early pick by any means so far. But I think that the strongest brawler on this map right here for me right now is probably going to be the B.
Yep, I think B is definitely one of the most solid mid laners in the Ring of Fire here. It's really good to also just lock down the side lanes. It's quite versatile in that sense. You can't really play him on the right side with that bush there, but you definitely can play kind of like a double mid setup and then hold down the right lane indirectly. I think we've seen quite a number of teams do that over time, just get B coming in as a supplemental amount of damage. And yep, you're absolutely right here. We are going to be seeing on Prada, B, Grip, and Amber coming out here. And on the other side, we are seeing Easy Win. They bring out the spicy, the Meg Pick.
Yeah, the Meg Pick is a slightly bit of a curveball. Obviously, you're not going to do that much in the first part of the game. You need to get your super, but once that super is up, you're going to see waves of progression coming in from the side of Easy Win. And Lucina is going to be falling down, and Uo is going to be the last one on his team in the mid here, but Jackson has... Okay. It threw me off. It threw me off, I gotta say.
Yeah, big five. I think the Meg, beyond just bringing the raw aggression, right? The Meg is kind of like a pseudo Pam in his second form, right? The amount of that raw amount of HP that comes in the center really helps him out. And Jake is gonna be going into that form again right now. But Jaden in the backline on this grip, he's taking annoyance, trying to be able to push in the back. Jake, he's gonna take an entire clip of the Amber shot, and just like that, this is what we meant. He was able to soak up so much of that Amber damage, and now Amber has to just reload. A jump coming in from Captain right now, a bit preemptive, if I might say. Going in for Lucy now, they're not really accomplishing too much. Jakey cycling back into another super here. Wow.
Yeah, this is looking a very even game here. It just looks like there has been a lot more control being exerted from the side of Prada, but somehow we have the team Easy Win just coming out on top. Jaden, though, circling around. He's going to go up on a Jakey. Is Jackson going to survive? Science point to no, but he does. Oh, he does get taken out at the end there.
What's this group doing in the back? I mean, what? Pandemonium? Madness! This game is madness, I tell you. I have no idea what I'm looking at some point. How is this group still alive? This is insane. Jakey is going to regain some control in the center there. It looks like in theory, every time I want to say the word theory, I have to realize I need to throw it out the window for this game because theory is not really being followed right now. Control currently does rest in the hand of Easy Win. Captain does go for another jump, and this time it is partially successful, I guess, since he did rocks there. V kind of edging his way back into the center. Pandu is going the other way again, right?
Yeah, the lighter fuel was put down by Lucy now, but he did go down early on. So they need to be a bit more strategic about how they burn up the grass and how they burn up the opposition. And now we do have a lead change with the side of Prada finally taking the lead here. And Jakey, though, having his super, it's going to allow him to move up just a little bit. But it's there to defend. But it is going to be control once again on the side of Easy Win.
Yeah, this game is so close, and it's so close for all the wrong reasons. Right now, Captain coming in there. He's going to get a nice load. They're going to get this pick here, but in terms of the raw numbers, they just don't have it. Griff, the man of the hour, the monster, the man, the myth, the man, the wardrobe, the legends. He's going to be able to cap this off and throws out his Dinner Division pin there, and I think that's a little bit worth it to throw out. I think he did play extremely well there. All jokes aside, Prada, they're stepping up. They're saying that we're not just gonna roll over. We're not gonna roll over and just capitulate to you.
Yeah, it seemed like $100 note was given by Easy Win to Prada, but Jaden just gave him his cash back, and they were able to get that win there. We're gonna go to the second one here, and it's not been the cleanest of games here. I think that definitely both teams can play a bit cleaner here. Like in that interaction, it was very obvious where the Meg would be going, so was able to get that kill there. So they need to be careful about their mechanics and their read of the game, because I feel like there are points where both teams are perfect, but then they have this lapse of concentration, which the other team does capitalize on, and it's been happening on both sides. It's not just the one team capitalizing on it, but both teams. But on this game, though, it just seems like Prada are running away with it.
Yeah, Prada indeed. It looks like Prada, they've toggled. The entire team has toggled. And then meanwhile, on the side of Easy Win, it's the opposite direction. All three lanes are kind of crumbling. Only 3% of their name, and it's already 84, going to 85% in favor of Prada. The Beast prowess is really trying to show as that dominant factor that we were talking about earlier. Meg only getting his first super now at 145 seconds left. Let's see if they can turn this around, Pandu.
Yeah, for sure. And it's really telling how important getting your super is as a Meg, because immediately as Meg got the super, the waves have completely changed, favoring the side of Easy Win here, and they've taken 40% without dropping any bit of momentum in the mid here. They need to keep control, they need to keep that mid pressure and mid presence for the majority of the remainder of the game, otherwise they're going to be falling. And another super coming in from Captain, he gets the kill, and Jaden is going to be susceptible. He's going to be the next to fall if he's not careful, and falls as well. That was an avoidable kill, and now we see Easy Win coming back in this one.
Yeah, I mean, toggling and toggling. It looks like the flick of the switch was for the Meg. The moment that Meg got that first super, the momentum swung in the other way. But let's not talk too soon, JK, because right now it looks like Prada in the last few seconds, they are being able to claw back. But Captain, he responds. A beautiful closedown coming in, but it's currently D-skills against the world. 96%, 95%, and it looks like Prada, once again, Jaden throws out the pin in the center, are the ones that are gonna come out on top. And it looks like we've got a series on our hands because it is 1-2-1.
Yeah, and it seems like just Jaden took his team kicking and screaming to the next set here. He played so well, and it really goes to show, if you underestimate the Griff, even with the recent nerf that Griff did have in the, like 2 metas ago, it still is a very, very viable option. It is so good with the cashback. Sure, there's a nerf in terms of you're getting your super back, but it's still so oppressive. It can still completely take out one lane altogether if you're not careful about it. Those wall breaks are also obviously just more gravy to the reason as to why you would want to take up that Griff there, and Jaden played that to perfection in my opinion.
Yep, I completely agree with that. I don't think it's an easy matchup to just go up against a Penny like that. No discredit to D-skills there. You know, D-skills, he held his own for the longest time, and I think he played that as well as he could. He even got like good positionings at some point in there, but you know, it was all the small, minute things. You know, I was just gonna say a beast slow on one side and an amber super on the other, burning that. You know, it's these kind of connections with the utility that you have and capitalizing on that allows you to get back into the game. And I just think in that second game, you know, Prada, they showed dominance in the start, a little bit shaky in the middle, but then towards the end they said, okay, keep calm and let's use the resources that we have properly, let's combine our abilities, and they were able to make that last push to cap off the point.
Yeah, and we're gonna go into our next match, which is gonna be, I believe, Shooting Star. And our bans are also in. The bans are gonna be Piper Nani Jean, Max Fang Piper. So double Piper ban, lots of the usual suspects being banned out. Fang also along with the Max because they don't want to face any sort of random aggression. And we're back. Wiggly Spoo's back. What's up?
Yes, the usual suspects, indeed. The usual suspects that aren't banned, though. Bell is still in the pool, Brock is still in the pool, and I think we do have to pay a little bit of attention to Grom, because Grom, as displayed beautifully by Ganbare in the previous set, currently that massive buff does make him quite strong in this current in this kind of a setting, you know, both in knockout and in bounty. So I'm expecting to see some people think about that. There's Bonnie as well, which is still in the pool. Bonnie currently definitely very, very much playable. Shooting Star is a map that you don't usually want to draft Colette on. So even if Colette's not really banned out, Bonnie is completely viable here. So probably we'll see a mixture of these kind of brawlers.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that a lot of teams are favoring the Crow because we've seen Crow being played a lot. I mean, I also cast other regions, so when I did do the Queso Cup EMEA, saw Crow being picked up quite a lot as of late. So there has been a slight change in the meta where it has a little bit more viability. I think one of the reasons is that the prevalence of Max is back. And if Max is back, that means Crow is also back because it is one of the best counters to Max. It may not be as hard a counter like it was in the past when the slowing toxin was a full 2 seconds, but it's still good in terms of neutralizing any sort of aggression that you would want to present against a Max. So wouldn't be surprised to see a Crow being picked up just in case, because you have Piper, Nani, and being banned out already, and so Crow has less brawlers to deal with from that long range position.
Yep, I think Crow is also seeing a lot more prevalence because the recent patch did introduce that new mythic level Crow gear. It just gives, I think, 50% more damage onto each tick of poison, which on paper doesn't seem like a lot, but once you add it together with the second star power of the Carrion Crow, then it starts to really seem like something that has to be looked at right now. But we do see none of what we talked about, they come out. These skills a little bit strange there, being able to cap all that blue stuff and immediately retiring it back to the side of Prada. What did I just witness, Pandu?
That was fashionably done by Prada. Easy win on the back foot already. And D-Skill's also very susceptible. Captain being taken out. Rocket Rain finding absolutely... Oh, it does find 2 shots off on a D-Skills. And this is looking really good. A very good, strong start for the side of Prada here. And I think if I was Easy Win, I'd be slightly disconcerted, but they do have options to go in for the last second. D-skills on the Carl is definitely a huge option for that flying hook at the end there, so they got to be careful, and lots of kills coming in back and forth, and now the lead is on the side of Easy Win with that fall of Lucina.
Yup, I think that kill was kind of unavoidable in kind of a way, because this bull matchup into the Gus. Gus is an explosive brawler, and I don't just mean because of the gadget. I literally mean because you can't really predict what's going to happen. But these skills, again, these skills, you have the advantage. You look for blood, and right now the blood is all on their hands, because Lucina with a beautiful trip wire there, catching 2 actually. They don't even claim 1 kill off that, but that's a massive advantage here that we are seeing here in Shooting Star. Pandu, when's the last time you saw this amount of stars being played?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It feels like this is a huge bounty game. Jaden is going to be going down with that fat splatter, but D-Skills is also going to be found out. It's going to be a 2-star advantage for the side of Prada, and 18 seconds left on the clock. Can Easy Win do this, Wiggly Spoon?
Yeah, I mean, with the mines placed over there, I'm just wondering if this is some kind of late game that they have them, but we'll see if it starts to pay off. A spawn trap situation is coming in. Otis is coming in. They're getting a spin, a kill. Jada, he gets the kill right back. The blue star flies back, but it flies back the other way as well. The timing just looks so imperfect. On one hand, it looked like everything was gonna go right for Easy Win. It looked like it would have been not so easy, but still a pretty decent win, a pretty good consolidation. Resources were being used, but I think the focus was a little bit divided there. They only were down by, I think, 1 or 2 kills, and when they got it, they didn't prioritize coming out. And these kills, again, once bitten, but not shy, because he's still gonna make the same mistake they made in the first game. And advantage now in Prada, fashionably, as you mentioned, Pandu.
Yeah, Jakey almost getting caught out there, but used the Cookie Popper in the nick of time to survive. It is a 1-star advantage for the side of Prada here. They have been forcing the issue quite a lot, and a fast splatter coming out from Captain on the right-hand side. He does go up more aggressively. He has to dodge a lot more consistently against Jaden, but does get marked up. That means he's going to be super susceptible, and Rocket Ring coming down is going to open up the map even more and force the advantage in favor of the side of Prada here, and now it feels like it's Prada's game to lose.
Yup, it's so interesting, but right now, hold that thought. Gus coming up here with a super, and Captain, he fires back. Just when we think that it looks like it's their game to lose, indeed it does. Switch in the other way. Tempo, control, and everything. A bomb flies out from Jakeson. He's going to be able to get Lucina really low, but unfortunately, not really getting the kill. D-Skill, he kind of looks like he's running it down here, but it's actually a really good play coming out, drawing so much fire and attention away from his teammates and allowing Captain to cap it off. And D-Skills, unfortunately, he could have looked like a legend there, but he has to die to the mine.
Yeah, I mean, it might be comp, but you're still going to find people who are going to be stepping over mines. And now we see an aggressive relay being made. But Diesel doesn't have any stars to his name. He can go in the aggression. He gets taken out. 27 seconds left on the clock. And now we see a huge chokehold coming in from the side of Prada. Easy Win have their work cut out for them if they want to just stay alive. Forget trying to win this. They need to stay alive.
Yup, 17 seconds on the clock. It still could go completely either way. Lucina, however, tries to make a play here, and the mute flies out onto Jaden, and that is gonna cap things off, because the mute just muted all of Prada's chances in this set. And wow, what a set was played indeed.
Yeah, lots of back and forth. It is tied at 1 apiece here, and we still have 1 more game. It's already been quite a high-octane set, but we still have 1 more game to figure out who wins this one. It's going to be a very pivotal one as well, because this one is going to decide who's going to be getting the lead in terms of the set score. And an early Rocket Rain being used by OO this time around. D-Skills does not go for the blue star at the start. He would rather hold on to control, and like you said, he is, at least now, twice bitten, once shy.
Indeed. Adaptations finally coming out from both teams, actually. So the rocket fuel coming out and being used to wall break. This is something that I was wondering whether this was intentional, and it looked like it definitely was. The first 2 games, he didn't really want to use it for wall breaks. I'm not sure if that really was a mistake or that was calculated in the sense that he kind of felt he needed it. Rocket Rain does come out, and it does clip Captain at the end, but on the other side, Jakeson, he fires back with the gas, and he takes down the bow. 2-3 advantage in favor of Easy Win now, Pandu.
Yeah, this is looking like a pretty good start actually for Easy Win. They've broken down a lot of the walls. They've got a lot of progression. They have a lot of map control, and without these walls, it's going to look like seems like it's a map for Easy Win. But that Cookie Bopper, Captain finding the kill on Jaden's going to be huge. 55 seconds left in the clock. It's a 3-star deficit for the side of Prada to climb out of. Are they going to be able to do so? But D-Skills almost dies, but does get shielded up in the nick of time.
Yeah, Prada, I mean, this map, I'm not even sure who has the advantage in an open map situation, but it does look slowly and surely Prada is starting to get the advantage. These inverse polarities, it doesn't really get a connection. A nice kill coming on Captain, but the blue star advantage is still down. 30 seconds on the clock. Handu, Prada need to make a play in order to make this work for the mine, and a combination play coming out from Prada. These kills goes in for the Smith. Tries to clean this up. He does get 1 kill, and that's sufficient to hold the advantage. A nice drip from these kills, but just like that, another tripwire flies out from Lucina, popping off right now with 2 kills to his name. Another shot flies out here, and Lucina, a third tripwire flies out. He hits on the these kills again. Are you kidding me? This man is the man of the hour. James Bond in action, popping all the mines. My goodness, I have not seen 3 back-to-back tripwires successfully used, and off that kind of a cooldown, Pandu. What was that?
Absolutely insane. And I mean, it shouldn't work out, but when you're that desperate to get those kills as Easy Win was, it's very predictable to figure out where people are, and that's exactly what Lucina did, and to a huge advantage for his team. And I gotta say, very well played by Prada. I felt like they were on the back foot for the majority of this game, but they were able to come out on top, and it's the last second that counts. It's not the rest of the game. You might have control for 1 minute 59 seconds, but that's the last one which counts.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, you know, Bounty is extended knockout, but you know, the difference here is about the resource count, right? So usually knockout, it's very easy to just count how much of everything is really left there. And I think on that note of resources, I think there was definitely a bit of miscommunication that was between the Gus and the Carl there. You know, this Gus-Garl combination, we did see at Worlds, it was one of the most contested kind of picks that was coming out from every single team. And it was also one of the most banned out kind of combinations here. So it's really, really strong, but the execution to make it happen, that's like something that really takes a lot of practice. So, you know, it might have looked right there like Carl was playing bad, but sometimes, you know, when he makes those aggressive moves, he's just looking for the Gus play, and then the Gus is not really in communication with him or something, and stuff like that just happens. And Prada, they capitalized on that. That was beautiful.
Yeah, very well played. Communication of the team was absolutely a fair amount of importance. You saw actually a lot, both these teams were adapting on the fly quite a bit. As soon as they saw the other team adapting, they changed up their game plan in mind. And sometimes, especially in a bounty match, it really depends on how fast you adapt. Because if you stick to your game plans and if the other team adapts, you're basically screwed. So I did like the fact that both teams did try to adapt and change up and try out new flavors of strategies. But at the end, it just didn't matter. In the words of Linkin Park.
In the end, it literally didn't matter. Indeed. We are going to be heading, however, into a match that does matter. It is going to be the Brawl Ball set, and I believe the map that we're going to be heading to is the center stage. Bans have kind of come through right now. We've got double Buster bans on both sides, double Janet ban onto both sides, and we have Carl, Otis, banned on both sides here. So still quite a lot in the pool here. Center stage is a map that I believe Squeak does kind of fare quite well because of that sticky syrup gadget, completely locking down one of the lanes, but it is not entirely the easiest kind of brawler that you can drop. You can't really pick it up super early. What other picks do you kind of see coming, Pandu?
So okay, I mean, I'm bringing up ladder, and I probably shouldn't say this, but I got rolled by a Brock on ladder on this map, and it was like, how did that happen? Then I picked up the Brock, and I just started like winning every single match. So I'm just gonna say, biased wise, I think maybe, you know, I'd like to see a Brock, but from a pragmatic standpoint, I think that there are some better options. Obviously, Griff is one of the considerations that you can go for to break open the map. It's so important to keep it open on this, either the right hand side or the left hand side. It's also great and invaluable if you are able to break the walls right next to the goal. Another option for that would be a Ruffs as well. If you're looking to break up the map as fast as possible, you're also going to probably probably see some teams go for the double wall break of Griff and Ruffs together, and I think that's ill-advised, but I've seen that being done quite often in competitive to the detriment of the teams that do draft it according to that. But like you said, Squeak is amazing in terms of choking out one lane altogether, and on the other lane you still have something like, I think a B is also pretty good because of the honey molasses, but it's going to be hard to go around it. Rico is one of the best classical picks on this map. We've seen that quite a lot. Nita as well is also really good on this map, and Otis is still open. Oh no, Otis is not open.
Yeah, Otis is banned. Optis is banned.
Optis.
Optis. Lots of unique spellings that we're seeing in the bans right now. But indeed, I think the other picks that we haven't really fully discussed are kind of like the impact of tanks here. I think tanks here are completely, they do see some limited amount of last pick viability. I do remember vaguely seeing Ashe being played here. I do remember that combination coming out with Max, and it's these kind of picks that then invite, like what you mentioned earlier, quite coming back to some of the anti-tank picks here. B, Honey Molasses, Spike, these are some very classic picks. And Ems is one of the strongest picks here, I believe, because of the fact that she feels like all these different roles together, right? Like she's both an aggressive type of control brawler, but she's also got a lot of anti-tank capability, and she's got loads of kind of crowd control that she can offer, and gives you a very clean win condition. So we are going to be seeing some of those picks that we mentioned, and yeah, like the pick that you mentioned earlier, the pro pick is coming back into play again, Bandu.
Yeah, and Lucina going in, but he does understand that he's going to be low, so tries to help his team get the D-skills clear as they do, and Captain is also taken down. So Jason's the last one alive on his team, and he needs to stay alive to ensure that the control is not cemented by the side of Prada, but he goes down as well, Jaden as well, and D-skills opted to break his own walls in that situation. Don't know if that was the best, or was that Jaden's gadget?
I believe it was. If I saw correctly, I don't think it could have been two. Either way, right now, Mine's coming out, sitting on top, navigate onto the Mines. Have a nice position right now, but the cannon flies out, and this is gonna allow them to buy a little bit of space. The Mine's gonna slowly start getting mopped up right now, Pandu, but this game looks like it's gonna slow down the pace quite a lot, as both teams are gonna slowly find different kinds of running to get this game. But a nice combination play, however, a slow flies up for Captain while he's on top of Mine, and that is just gonna secure an easy goal.
Yeah, and what I've noticed about these teams is that they like to play very aggressive. There isn't any definition of the word moderation used between these guys. They're just going out to get those kills and confirm it and ensure that they get those goals in. And now Lucina passes the ball, and but he's going to be very low, as is Lucina, so they need to be careful about moving on this left-hand side. On the right-hand side, though, Jaden facing off against Captain, finding stiff off position, and a double slow coming in. Captain jumps in, he finds one, and Lucina is also going to be susceptible to be taken out. But a left-hand side, is doing a lot of work as well, so lots of back and forth, lots of trades happening, and wow, 3 trades in 1 second.
Yeah, and I'm there's like so much action going on the map. I'm actually darting back and forth my eyes to see. It almost looks like a complete mirror image between Captain and what the Stew is doing. You know, both applying so much pressure, but it looks like this pressure is starting to mount up in the favor of Easy Win as they pocket the ball. But just like I say, that cannon starts to drop down. Really gets his super. These are the small things that team can capitalize on, but not like that. Into the Mine. A little bit unfortunate. Stew, however, still making headway, making plays, and trying to get something done, Bandu. 10 seconds left. Can he do it?
Signs point to no, and Easy Win have successfully defended their advantage here. They're going to be going on a match point, I believe.
Indeed, I think. Yeah. I think. No. It's not. It's actually not match point.
Oh, it's not match point. Okay.
Yeah, they are holding the hope of getting the set number 5, the coveted set 5 that we both want to see, right? That we definitely want to see. So in this, for sure, you have to give the power. I'm not biased, guys. We're just wanting to see a set 5. We're gonna see some adjustments made in terms of the lading setup. Stew currently now shifting towards the right side. It's a bit uncharacteristic to lay the Stew into a throw. So this is actually one of the few checks and the few matchups that you don't want to be. Yeah, we're gonna be seeing Stew hit and back to the other side against Amber. Good flying out this super there, but not really getting any good connection. Mines, they're gonna start coming in against that.
Yeah, and going on the left-hand side, he's going to be burnt up, though, but he doesn't get burnt up. Wow, okay, it looks like he did. He gets a kill there. He's going to be breaking up the wall with that breakthrough. That's going to be an easy goal for the side of Prada against this easy win team. And it's a slight reversal of what we saw in the first game here, as O goes in once again, and he goes in more aggressively. Not able to find the kill, though, and he does find one at the end. He's going in for these kills. He finds one shot, but not the second. And he's done a lot of work for his team already.
Yeah, I think they realize that their win condition right now is just, them telling Stu, go ham, go and crush this Amber matchup, They're like, we're kind of getting completely destroyed here on the other side. This Pro is doing way too much than what we could imagine. But here, Captain takes the initiative, coming on the right side right now, making this nice rotation, and a pinch is coming up in the middle, and they're gonna get this nice kill. Jump flies up for Captain, but it does not result in what I think he wanted. Oh dear. Tempo is going back the other way of Prada, Pandu.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all for easy win. They're being pushed back once again and spawn, but Jaden getting stunned is going to be huge. Jason goes in for the kill. He's going desperately on Lucina. He finds one burn, but not the second. It's also going to be poisoned. Jason and these skills collapsing on Lucina. They are able to find that kill, though, but 39 seconds. This is their moment to get this goal. They need to capitalize on this position that they've won.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's gonna come down to the next jump or the next mine. 30 seconds on the clock. They do have a very good spawn trap. Captain, the jump flies in. He's gonna get a nice pick. This is gonna start things up. The mines fly out. Tripwire goes in. The combination, it's perfect, Pandu. It's perfect. And literally, as we said, they are gonna tie it up 1-1, and that's gonna allow them to get into the overtime situation, Pandu. Which team has the advantage?
Really depends on how the orchestra is going to go, and Jaden tries a sneaky one, not able to do so, but getting that kill in the first one. Jason is going to be the last one alive for his team. Is he going to be able to get the kill? He doesn't. He gets taken out, and one-man story, able to take out 3, and he has put his team in a course for match point.
Make it stop is what I'm trying to say. This dude is a monster. He's going absolutely ham right now, and it's actually now backs against the wall for easy win. Their hopes of trying to get into a set number 5 are slowly going down. But before we begin, we are going into a game number 3 right now, and once again my eyes are on the Stu. How much is this man gonna do, Pandu?
That man is like Atlas carrying the proverbial globe on his back here, and about 2 minutes 5 on the clock here as Lucina goes in with a very cheeky play. Goes in aggressively. Jaden is going to be passing the ball to him, but he's going to be taken out. But Disco is desperately trying to get the ball out of his position as they do manage to clear that ball in the nick of time. But in such an aggressive... What? He gets taken out, though. Not sure what that was, though.
Yep, an aggressive position, but I guess sometimes people forget, like, when mines are, and, to be fair, he says, for Lucina, be careful, that mine is gonna, the same one, but sometimes you find mines out of vision and you don't see it, and the other time it's just because you just forget in general, and the walls are broken up right now, an easy win. They do look like they are getting this utility advantage a little bit. Grip, Jaden, the poor man, this entire team is suffering. Captain's gonna get a nice goal that's gonna pick off Lucina, but the man, the myth, the monster has actually been taken down here on the right side, but he did alleviate a lot of that pressure, Pandu.
Yeah, that is true, and the thing is, when you're focused on the Stu, it allows Captain actually on the left-hand side to get a lot more value. So Captain is doing the same job that Uo is doing on the other side. He's starting to get people down, he's trying to get control, and he's trying to be a huge distraction. And that's exactly what he's done here. 50 seconds left on the clock, and it is goal for the side of Easy Win. Are they going to be able to defend for the next 50 seconds and force a set number 5? Or is Prada going to be able to force an overtime?
I think it's all going to come down to how this Stu wants to play. The mine, his positioning is not really entirely too helpful. Not really using it for the cannon right now. But however, the hopes and dreams, they are starting to crumble because the ball possession, passing it across to the right side, this is a mistake. Captain, he's making a beeline, and it's home run for Team Easy Win as he runs it in and the ball comes home. Man, oh man, that is 2 for 2, Pandu. We've got a set number 5.
Set number 5, indeed. Amazing plays coming in from the side of Easy Win. Though I gotta say, from Prada, like, my MVP for that set was definitely the Stu there. That Stu did so much of work, put his entire team and the other team on his back, and he just kept on rolling. But they were able to isolate him and shut him down. Captain, though, on the other hand, did a great job on Easy Win, slowing people down, multiple targets, in fact, and ensuring that they're consistently down in terms of their HP, and he just helped his team enforce their win conditions every single time, and forced the spawn trap consistently. So very well played by Captain as well. We're gonna go to set number 5, but what are your thoughts about this set, though?
I felt the MVP for me goes to Bow Mines. And accidents, and many accidents. I don't think so. The story of this entire series, right? I think the previous set, Bounty was one off Tripwire and one off the Bow Mines, right? And here in Ball, it was also one off the Bow Mines, but not really Tripwire per se. More of like you trip on a wire and you trip on the mine and manually, I don't know where this is going, but accidents happen. High pressure situations, we've all been there. I mean, we laugh at them as spectators, but the reality is that when there is so much that you have to do in a game, it's impossible to keep track of all the information. And when that happens, I think these skills, his placement of the mines, some of them, defensive, offensive, it gets so confusing. And I think I never saw a situation where he didn't really have a mine throughout the entire game. That's not to say that bow mines are very difficult to get, but when you're chaining it like that, the impact of the brawler just feels so much bigger.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is, right, I think like the biggest reason why that last game was a failure for the side of for the Prada was there was a situation where the Stu had a super. He did trip on the mine. The tripwire wasn't used, and he decided to die instead of actually getting out of the way there. And that allowed it to completely snowball an avalanche, and there wasn't any way for Prada to come back in that. They basically squandered their positioning in that one interaction, and that was the problem for me.
Yep, and I think overall, looking back at the draft, it seemed like Easy Win. They had like a kind of a more coherent kind of draft coming forward. They have an Amber which is meant to check the Stu. It's not entirely a counter. It definitely makes the Stu's life a lot more difficult in terms of the matchup. Then they have this poke. It's also, once again, another big check for the Stu. And then to enable and kind of consolidate, bring it together, they bring the stable bow pick. It's a great wall break, and basically allows them to work towards very, very comfortable win conditions. When I look at Prada's draft, however, I wasn't really sure what they're really planning to do. Is it kind of like a run them down kind of a strategy? Is it like, were they trying to play off maybe the Stu's speed, but then he didn't use the speed? So he like a bit confusing on Prada's side, like all these picks here. It just seemed like they drafted kind of bad matchups. And despite that, they still took the game. So props to Prada for keeping this series alive.
Yeah, and
going into Gem though, we have Minecart Madness, right?
Yeah, that is going to be the next set. And we've also got our bans. We have Sprout, Carl, Bonnie, Gus, Optus, and Janet.
Man, Optus. This brawler getting banned everywhere. Yeah, I think the rest, these are the usual suspects. I think the only ban here that I have not seen in a long time is the Sprout. It's been kind of a long time since we've seen a Sprout in competitive here in Minecart Madness, because there's just a lot of better options in terms of win conditions, and I think there's a lot of better options in terms of lanes and gem carrying in general. So Sprout, a little bit unexpected ban for me here.
Yeah, I mean, I think like if this was 2021, I'd be like, yeah, Sprout ban makes sense, but not in this meta. We're gonna go into our first game of Minecart Madness here. Jackson is gonna be on the bull. We have a Penny and B, so all long range options on the side of Easy Win. On Prada side though, they have the Gene, they have the Crow, and the Squeak here. So control versus range is gonna be the battle of this day, and it just seems like it's a very even match, though a lot more control on the side of Prada. I like Prada's comp just a little bit more.
Yep, I think I like Prada a little bit more as well. This Pro Pick seems to have been the flavor, and D-Skills right now, he's going to be able to trade it out onto right side against the Squeak. But remember, Bold Minds and Psychology, that has also been another narrative of this entire set right now. Fairly close, the cannon starts to come out here. 4 gems, it could still go completely either way, Bandu.
Yeah, that is true.
Jaden coming out with a jump here. He's gonna get a nice pick onto Jakey here, claiming the gems, and I don't think he's supposed to be able to come home right now. The cannons do fly out, and that does get the cleanup right now. But I think he was able to steal a little bit of time and a little bit of gems. Captain is trying to hold his own here and hold his position on the left side here. But right now, Prada is well in control. A pull flies out, and a nice block from Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson had this hand on the trigger. He knew exactly what he needed to do against Lucina, and that is going to relinquish all the pressure that the side of Prada had built up in that interaction. They are trying to move up. They have the anti-heal. They have the fact that they have the heals from the Gene there, but with Gene squandering that super, it's gonna be huge. And a Honey Molasses coming in, Lucina falls, but Captain is also gonna be falling as well with that nice super from Oa. Oa has been consistently one of the best players on his team there and has carrying them on his back here. But that being said, nothing is gonna help them in this situation as D-Skills goes in, gets the kill on a Jaden as well, and Jackson Jackson gets the 10 gems in the countdown as well. And this is looking very, very bad for the side of Prada as Easy Win claim an easy win.
That's right. I mean, we say it's an easy win, but it was quite a back and forth. I think the moment that the momentum started to shift was when Captain, he took control of this left side. That's not usually something that happens, but turns out when you play pro and you don't deal with your own lane first, you kind of jump the other lanes first, that is something that can happen. It is something that you have to account for and something you have to be careful about. So I think moving forward, hoping that Prada will be able to be a bit more measured in those jumps and those responses, and we're going to see if they change up anything. The lanes are completely the same right now, which I completely agree with. I think the Squeak against this Penny matchup can also be done a little bit better. Nice control coming out right now. First minecart being played out really, really well, and the slow flies out. This should be able to get these skills off the map.
I just have to comment about the Squeak here. Oh, he is so good at understanding exactly all the interactions which exist that he makes these plays, which I think are super risky, but he does it so consistently that it's measured, and you know that he knows exactly what he's doing. And once again, he puts his team in a very advantageous position. They had 6 gems to their name, 7th one also close to being picked up, but not sure why Lucina is so high and aggressive, and now the Squeak is forced to pick up those gems.
Yeah, I mean, aggression right there. I think they kind of felt a little bit too strongly there. You know, Minecraft Madness, there is a tempo to this map. You know, you can't just try and win the game just like that. It's not like Brawl Ball. That one present, that one mine on the floor right now, I'm staring at it and I feel like that's going to tell the story later on in the game. But right now, gems 9-2. They only need one more gem to really take this. But right now, it looks like Easy Win do have the control right now. They are barreling in all the aggression coming in, and it just seems like it's Squeak against the wall. But Jaden flies in with a nice super, being able to slow it up. He's gonna drop real soon though, and Jakey, he's just gonna swoop in on the left side and claim some of his gems. Gene tries for the pull there, doesn't really connect, and the non-stop team fight going on right now. A slow flies up from the P. Oh my goodness, Prada, what is going on?
This is a lot of throws coming in from the side of Prada. They had control, they had the gems, and they relinquished all of it just because Lucy now wanted one more gem to his name. Jackson gets the kill there, a little spin as he dies, and that is going to be all she wrote, and we have Easy Win going to our grand finals. Oh, but wait a second. That was a kill there because of this poison. So there is still an opportunity, but very unlikely for Prada to come back in this one.
Indeed, indeed. They're gonna have to make it rain if they want to make something work. These skills just presses the gadget, tanks out the entire super, and celebratory spins fly out from Easy Win. It was not an easy win though, not for them, not clean at all for sure. And I think I have to give credit to the Squeak player, you know. Birth and Death is his Chinese name right now, but he played it so well. It's just that towards the end there, you know, Lucina, he saw, I think he really wanted to make a play happen, and so did the Crow. You know, Crow jumping and then Gene going in, and somehow everything just falls apart. You know, they go from a 6 gem advantage and just getting bottled, and then they get defeated. You know, they don't see the problems that they have to deal with. And I think the big problem there for them that they need to pay attention more to was captain on his B. He indeed was the big kind of like threat on the team that always has to have kind of a check and address to. If you just give him free position and let him walk up onto you in the map like Minecart Madness, you really can just lose so much ground and so much advantage so quickly.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree with what your assessment is. I just think that Captain in the last two sets really popped off and it kept his team in the game. They were almost on the precipice of defeat in that one Brawl Ball game there, but were able to come out on top at the end. We're going to show you the bracket and the stories so far. We had in the top of the bracket, we have PekeChanzz versus Easy Win, where Easy Win did take it 3-1, followed by FN versus Ganbare Npocham, where Ganbare Npocham took it 3-1. And now we had a very close game between Prada and Easy Win. And Easy Win is the first team to secure their position in the grand finals. And we are going to be going into our semifinals number 2. The fourth match of the day is going to be between Freewin and Ganbare Npocham. For my case, I guess as a caster, I don't want Freewin to make it because it's going to be confusing when we reach the grand finals.
We'll see you guys in another 4 minutes as we take a quick break. And welcome back to the AME 2022. Please excuse me because I have a cookie in my mouth. We have Freewin versus Ganbare Npocham. These are two teams carrying the backs of their regions right now. Two teams from two different regions, two different storylines. but a lot of familiar faces. Pandu, tell me all about Free Win.
As the name suggests, they're completely free. Now we have one of the best players in the world, I guess, Sergeant Clash. We have Prashant, one of the best players in India, and we have Shafin, one of the best players from Bangladesh. So the best of the best that South Asia has to offer versus one of the best players of all time in Milkrail, Wahochi, and Lil Dempsey from Japan. So it's going to be India and Bangladesh versus Japan. Are they going to come out on top? They do have their work cut out for them, but if anybody can do it, it is a squad that has certain clash. But that being said, Wahochi, Milkrail, super good players, obviously. They are very well known. Both teams have their bench strength, but what comes down to it is the moment of the hour. Will the torch flicker out for either of these teams, or are they going to be set ablaze and win this one? We're going to go into our first set. I believe the bans are going to be coming in. It's going to be Piper, Jean, Janet for the side of Ganbare Npocham, and the map, I believe, is going to be the same. So we are going to be having Gold Arm Gulch, I believe, as our first map.
Yep, heading back into Gold Arm Gulch. We are waiting to see the bans coming up from Free Win right now. But currently, yeah, we have Piper, Jean, and Janet banned for Gold Arm Gulch. So no big Jean, no big Piper. These two win conditions completely taken out of the pool. That's going to really streamline the drafts a lot and tell us the story of how these teams want to play. But yeah, as you mentioned, we actually have not seen Free Win play today because they did get a little bit of a seeding advantage because of where they placed in the qualifying rounds. But right now, this is their debut game. You know, Free Win. Is it going to be a free win for them, or is it going to be a free win for Ganbare Npocham, who have already warmed up their barrels playing against FN in the previous set?
Yeah, for sure. I think that sometimes the momentum really matters. They got 3-1 against FN in that first one, and it wasn't an easy match. They had to face off against Anand Shidai and Sagoiki, who are one of the best players. I mean, they are one of the best teams in Taiwan. So they did happen to qualify from like that region. So they are definitely a really strong team. But now they're going to go from strength to strength. They're going to be trying to take down Certain Clash's team, which is definitely hard for a lot of people to go up against. And Certain Clash hasn't been tested outside of the CESA region at all because, unfortunate for him, he hadn't got his visas. But that being said, I believe only Milkrail has had opportunities for LAN events outside of Japan and APAC. So it really does come down to how well they're going to be able to take down the nervousness, the pressure of facing off against stiff opposition. But I think that both these teams have a fair shot at winning this. But I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to a 3-2 scoreline.
3-2 scoreline is what we want to see. Indeed, I do hope that the storyline continues, you know, where we talk about regions and we talk about strength of regions. Unfortunately, it is inevitable that there will indeed be some level of you know, connectivity that people are going to talk about. People are bound to talk about whether there's going to be delay in which side of delay. So try your best to hold that thought at the back of your head when you criticize plays that, you know, should have happened or shouldn't have happened. Just keep that at the back of your mind. But on the other hand, do bear in mind that both of these teams, I think Sergeant Clash has won a very strange reputation because there was a drafting tournament, which drafts have nothing to do with delay. And in that drafting tournament, I do believe he came out on top as the top drafter out of 32 drafters. The top drafters in the world were invited, and Sergeant Clash actually came out on top in that tournament. You know, that tournament's not really official and doesn't really say much, but I think it definitely shows that Sergeant Clash is the brains when it comes to drafting here. So I think that's it's gonna be like a thing that we're gonna look out for moving forward, whether that's something that they want to capitalize on. But Ganbare-chan, we saw them. Mechanical monsters, very experienced players. I wouldn't be surprised to say going into this that they are the favorites to take this the series and probably even the tournament. They're definitely in the running for that.
Yeah, I completely agree. Even my panda agrees.
Oh, the panda's back. Is it back? Can I get my panda? I have
a... Sure. I was nodding the whole time with the panda.
So just a quick thing for people. I can't actually see my own face, but right now it looks like the games have started. We are gonna be going into set number 1 right now. It is gonna be in Golden Gouge, and we do see a Buster right now. And right now, Sergeant Clash, they are waiting out this shield to come down before they actually bring him to an end. And the quick round number 1 goes into favor of free win, right?
Yeah, free win, getting that easy win. And Ganbare Npocham. Ooh, that trick shot from Sergeant. Absolutely nasty and slimy with it. He takes out 1, and Dempsey is going to be facing off of him on the right. Tough proposition to go up against.
Yeah, that I was blind. So the thing about Rico Supers is when you bounce it off, but a nice 2-man pull from Dempsey. He's going to be able to claim Sergeant there. That's going to tie it up 1-1, however. But Trashan going in with this speed here. This is a nice speed to be playing on. Dempsey sticking together. They do want to make kind of a shield play. They need to stall this out and kind of wait for the endgame situation. But they're in a bit of a strange spot, losing the Brock right now. Body, no supercharge whatsoever. And they're just waiting it out. They don't really want to feed max speeds. They want to feed. They're just waiting for this Bonnie super. Let's see how they try to play this out.
Ooh, that Cookie Popper might play a big role as Wahochi tries to move up on the top right. But Wahochi desperately needs to get his super, and it's going to be now or never as Prashant goes in and he gets 1 kill. Dempsey is going to be low as well, but Dempsey has a shield. But Sheffin can just walk up and get the kill there. Ooh, almost killed by Dempsey. That awesome gadget for him.
He tried. He tried. Credit to him. Oh, credit to him. He really tried. I mean, well, to be fair, you are like 1 round down, right? So you kind of do need to try. Like, that's the kind of situation that you're in. And anyways, going into this next round, draft-wise, we didn't really get to really look at it. I think Sergeant Clash has a nice idea using this Rico pick. It is kind of an underrated pick, but vastly used by a lot of the other regions. It's not something I usually see, but Milk Rail, yeah, really close there. Almost dropping there.
Yeah, and Wahochi didn't get his super in that last game, so they got to be careful about feeding too much. This is exactly what he's doing here. And Prashant is facing off against the Buster really well. Trick shot coming in from Sergeant, finds absolutely nobody, but Wahochi gets taken out, and that's going to be huge. Sergeant with a trick shot on the right-hand side. He's going to be pressuring Milk Rail. Milk Rail is going to be going down as well. And Little MC, the last one in his team, and there's nothing he can really do about it. There isn't enough smoke for him to actually do anything, and Sergeant just gets a kill there. He doesn't give his teammates the opportunity to get the super.
Yeah, Sergeant Clash looking absolutely slimy on his Rico. You know, such a clean execution, playing extremely clean right now. The way that they're just pushing up, but it looks like on the side of Ganbare, they have swapped the ideas up. They've completely tripled up on the left side of the map, using that Buster Super to get the position right now. This is something that's a good adaptation. You know, Japanese teams do this a lot. They change up the way that they play between every single thing. Let's see if this changes is going to be enough to mount into a substantial lead. Oh, exactly! Sergeant Clash is just going to tear them into pieces with that trick shot, but Dempsey, he comes in. It's not going to be a 1 versus 1 Milk Rail versus Shafin. Let's see if he can get the dub here.
Shafin is already low. Milk Rail just needs 2 more shots on him, so it's also a very good advantageous spot for Milk Rail to be in, but he has to be careful. If Shafin can get a few shots and a Cookie Popper off, it's going to be night out and lights out for Milk Rail. He narrowly gets taken out and he survives, but again, Shafin getting the better of Milk Rail in these interactions here, and it is looking bad for Shafin, though. Milk Rail with the rocket laces, and he does get the shield off. He gets a kill as well, and that's going to be first set for the side of free win.
That is that was so. I honestly speaking, I mean, looking at the Gus versus the Brock interaction, there is a distance that you play at, and generally speaking, Gus wants to just close the distance and just come really close, because that's when it's easier to kind of dodge the Brock shots. There's this mid-range distance that Brock just lands everything, and I think Milk Rail did try to play for that, but once he realized that, you know, Gus had just crossed the threshold, I love that he tried for that little play at the end with the jump, dodging the shot there, but just a little bit unfortunate that Gus, he had both the super and the gadget ready, right? Like, that next shot was a yellow colored balloon, and that would have just destroyed. And so I mean, backs against the wall there, but it's just 1 set. It's just 1 set. I'm sure free win aren't just gonna make this a free win for the entire series, right, Pandu?
I don't know, man. This is one of the reasons why I was so sad that Sergeant Clash didn't get no Go to Worlds. He's one of the best players, man, and I think that, you know, when you see him going up against Japanese teams like this, I don't know, man. It's me being romantic about it, but I just think that he's one of the best to ever play the game.
Indeed. I think that's completely fair. You know, as you mentioned, he didn't get his chance to show his skill on the world stage, and maybe that's to people's benefit, because maybe these Japanese players, they don't actually know who he is. I'm sure, and I'm hoping that, and I'm sure that they actually know who he is, because he is definitely 7-time monthly finalist, winner from 2022 from STA. It is Sergeant Clash, and he is beyond just a strong drafter. He is an incredibly talented player. He's worked really hard. I think he's one of the longest standing players actually playing all the way from 2019. So even though we say that Milkreo has a lot of experience,
2017.
He 17?
Yeah, he started day 1 in beta.
Oh my goodness, that's even further back then. He's probably as old as Milkreo in terms of how long he's been playing this game. So yeah. I mean, the veterans.
I mean, like, I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off. It's just like, I just wanted to talk about one specific thing, which is so important and competitive. There is that, the trade-off matrix that I call. You're either going to be very good, gifted mechanically, you have a very good understanding of the game, or you're going to be good at drafting. You usually don't have all three. This guy, though, has all three in the bag. Like, if you look at Coupe d'Ace, he has a great understanding of the game, and before he had the mechanical ability as well, but not at the level of save response, for example. But Sergeant Clash is a guy who is... It's kind of broken that he's good at all three disciplines, which are so important, which is why... I'm sorry, but like, I think that the effect of a coach on a guy like this is completely useless in a lot of situations. And I'm sorry, I'm saying that. I know you're a coach, Wiggly Spoo, but I just think that when you have a complete package like Sergeant Clash, the only thing that you need to control is his temper.
No, I think it's true. You're absolutely right. There's actually no point, which is why if you look at Zeta Division, they don't have coaches, right? On both teams, they don't actually have coaches because all of their players are at that level, right? And here we're seeing essentially kind of like a player who's at that caliber, right? Interesting that he has decided to split off from as you mentioned, Responsing Cook, and decide to form his own. But at the same time, I think that's also how he made it this far. Sometimes in teams, in the development of how they've gone about, there are teams that are really strong because they stuck together for a long time, and then there are those whom they don't really get the chance to always play with the best, and they're forced to play with always like supposed tier 2 players, right? And Sergeant Clash has been in the scene for a very long time, but he never really got his breakout till last year. And now this year he's actually returning to his roots, coming back with Trashan and Shafin here to form an all-Indian squad. And I think this is his team that he's going to be bringing into the BSC. And hopefully he starts off well, breaking into that scene, using this AME as a huge jump board. ESL India as well is another huge tournament that is coming up for him. So we are all rooting for Sergeant Clash right now. But that being said, I think we need to hold down the bias a bit. If you can be the Sergeant Clash fan, I'm gonna stick to my guts, and I'm gonna be a Milkreo Ganbare fan. Yeah, I just want to see more games. So on that note, we are heading into the next series quite good. It should be Ring of Fire, right? The bands are gonna be Squeak, Carl, Crow, and on the other side we have Baster, Squeak, and Crow. Baster, Squeak.
I love it so much.
I just want to point out that the Squeak spelling was SQWEEK, which is so Japan, and I love it. So yeah, Ganbare Npocham. Their name is cute, and the way that they ban is cute. But the bands definitely very logical. Both teams respecting the Crow, both teams respecting the Squeak. Buster and Carl, that's the third band coming out. We're gonna see how they draft here.
And we see a Poco Penny and a Meg being picked up by Free Win. On the other side, Wahochi saucing out the world champion Gus Milkreo on the Stu and Dempsey on the Lu. So we have seen Lu being used a lot by East Asian teams and also Navi as well. And the Gus in the mid is also a pretty strong proposition. But Sergeant Clash going for the Meg, I think he really likes the fact that once you get the super, it's going to be easier for you to get to the mid along with the help of Prashant, especially once you do lose your super. You're going to get those heals. With that shield is going to do a lot of value to your team. And now we see an aggression coming in from the side of Free Win, and Sergeant's Clash is going to be retiring very soon. And is Prashant going to be able to body block for him? He does, and this is a huge interaction as all three members of Ganbare Npocham go down.
that single-handedly might just be the moment that we look back on when we say which team has won. I'm going to hold that thought real quick, but right now, Sharpin, he's got complete control of this left bush, and this is not a position that Ganbare you want to be in, you know? Even though there's no one really controlling the mid right now, Sergeant, he's getting that nice, huge insta-kill, the one-hit KO map coming out from the mech right now. It's all in the favor of Sergeant Clash and his team. It looks like free win. Just might get another free win, Pandu.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that if the side of Ganbare Npocham want to come back in this one, they need to focus on their first interaction, because I think this first game is already done. It's certain in stone. But in the next game, what they have to do, the game plan has to be to isolate Sergeant and get him down as fast as possible. If you win the first interaction, you're basically going to be set for control for a majority of the time, especially since the Meg can't really do that much damage, doesn't have as much survivability at the start. So it is going to be very important for them to get that kill in the first. But the double up with the mid is going to be the name of the game, at least at the start. But it's surprising that Sergeant isn't getting as much help in the start from PekeChanzz, and he's going mano a mano versus Wahochi on this middle.
Yep. I mean, early on, Sergeant Clash was kind of trying to get this heal out. Like, right now, I think PekeChanzz going to go in for the heal, but already he's got that super form, and he's going to be coming in. It's going to be taking quite a lot of effort from the side of Ganbare to push him out here. None of these three brawlers have a lot of damage, but they are going to bring him out here, and Milkreo right now on his stew finally brings down the monster that is this Sergeant Clash, and they are going to pick up a second kill right now and give them a slight advantage in the mid.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge for the side of Ganbare Npocham, because the snowball effect that Sergeant can present has been completely nullified here as he tries to get his super once again, and PekeChanzz is just going to be on cleric duty, not able to get much with the Lulu as well, stunning the mid. It's just going to be super hard for them, and the lead just keeps expanding for Ganbare Npocham.
Yup, it just looks like the lead is expanding for Ganbare Npocham, but hold that thought, because right now it is free win that is completely dominating the center. Poco using a nice purge gadget over there to completely nullify the effects of the Lu there, and that's going to allow Sergeant to get this advantageous position. It's Milkreo duking out with the Poco right now. He's kind of dashing in here. Ooh. He's not going to be able to get this kill, and Sergeant, he gets a clutch super on the top right there, and a purge come up from PekeChanzz again to just get rid of that stun. Abilities used to perfection right now as free win take back the lead.
Absolutely insane plays coming in from the entire team of free win, but Sergeant, though, understanding exactly when he was going to get stunned, used his super right before the stun, and then slapped the hell out of Wahochi, getting the kill as well. But right now, none of them are on the point here, as now we see a little bit of possession of the midpoint coming in from the side of Ganbare Npocham. Sergeant trying to go back in the mid here, but Wahochi is going to be competing. They get the kill on a Sergeant. That's going to be huge, though there is a lead for the side of free win. They aren't exactly the best position. They need to get the kill on PekeChanzz, though, otherwise it's going to be game over, and it is going to be a swift second set as well for the side of free win as they take down Ganbare Npocham in 4 straight games.
Damn, looks like free win do want to make this a free clean win. That was quite an incredible kind of showing from the likes of Sergeant Clash and his team there. I think the Meg pick, you know, ever since Worlds and ever since Zeta kind of showed their hands about how strong and underrated Meg is in the current meta, they've come back so strong. And yeah, this Poco Meg kind of combination, it just gives a little bit more sustainability, and it always allows this Meg to just edge out a little bit more shots to get that super online. So really like the draft coming up from free win here. On the side of Ganbare though, they've got this really strong combination between the Stew and the Gus, but the weakness of that is that there's no damage output, I think, that just comes out. So once the Meg super comes online, then what's your answer? You know, what do you do? Like, you have to commit 3 people just to try and kill a Meg, and after that, then there's a Poco behind him with big heal and with all these kind of abilities. So I don't want to say that was an outdraft, because I feel Ganbare still could have played it a little bit better, and it was indeed a close game, but my goodness, they made it look easy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, I feel that in terms of competitive advantage, I think it was definitely favoring the draft, at least for me, was for Ganbare. I think that they had a clear advantage there. They could have forced the issue a bit better, especially with the loose supers as well, to keep people out. They had a really good game plan in the second one. They were able to isolate Sergeant and kick him out in the first interaction, and the Poco was completely left mute and helpless. But somehow it was just down to skill ability and read of the game and read of the interactions, but 1v1, and it really did serve their purpose for that win there. And I think that we're gonna go into this third set. It's gonna be very important for them to win Shooting Star, and having a bounty as a mid set for it's a pretty interesting one because it does have a lot of momentum. So whoever wins that, I feel generally, you know, has that momentum going on. So I think that Ganbare definitely are still in it, and Shooting Star might be the ticket for them.
Yep. It has to be the ticket for them, because if not, that's gonna be a 3-0 sweep for free win, and they're gonna be out of this tournament. I just want to highlight the bans have come out before we go in. It's gonna be a Shooting Star, and bear in mind what we're seeing is a Carl, Bonnie, Sprout ban, and on the other team, here it is. There's a Piper, Buster, Dynamite ban. What do you think about that?
I still am processing it.
It's a Dynamite ban. I did do some testing with Dynamite after the patch dropped.
But Shooting Star though.
Yeah, I mean, is it that good that you would ban it over Grom? If you're afraid of throwers, right? There's a lot of throwers that are really, really strong, but maybe there's something that Ganbare Npocham are seeing that we're not, right? Maybe, I mean, they're the pro players. I don't want to question it. I just look at it and I enjoy the games. I think the rest of the bans are pretty standard. Buster ban here to me also a little bit strange. It's not something that we typically see Buster as a pick in general in open maps, because if you wanted to ban the Buster, you probably could have just gotten away with banning the Max instead, I think. Because if you just ban out the Max, then there is no way to support the Buster pick. There is no way to make the Buster pick online. Gus is still in the pool. The Piper's out. Nani is still in the pool. There's quite a lot of these long-range sharpshooters that are definitely in the pool. This map is Shooting Star, so it is gonna be very, very important right now for Ganbare to gambate and come back into this game.
Ooh,
we want to see more sets.
Jackson, I would say that you should probably ask the admin team, not chat. So that would be the best thing for you guys to do. But yes, I'm looking forward to this set. It's going to be awesome to watch. I think Ganbare are going to be bringing the heat. And I don't know if Freewin are going to be able to handle the masala.
Oh man, they are bringing the masala right now. Free win. I don't want it to be a free win though. I mean I really don't. So I kind of want more games, right? Like, and I kind of want more games where I actually see other teams. And I'm also a little bit biased because I want to see a multi-regional grand final.
Same.
That being said, we are gonna be heading into the draft, and we are seeing two very, very classic drafts. It's gonna be a Gene comp going up against a wall break comp.
Yeah, and starting on the Nani here, he's pushing back Milkrail. Milkrail obviously going to go up against Sarden. He is the most experienced member of his team, but the Peep is going to be coming in. It finds Milkrail, but Milkrail gets his shield in the nick of time, and it is still advantage for the side of free win, but Dempsey is going to go on the hunt as a max here. He's doing all the wiggles he can, but he's wiggling into the shots, unfortunate for him, as once again, Ganbare Npocham on the back foot, 1 kill coming in on the Dempsey. Milkrail desperately going on trap, and he finds a kill, but he's going to be low, but he does have a shield to take out that Peep, and I do like this Gus pick so much.
Yep, I think the Japanese wiggles, we are seeing that come out here. Dempsey wiggling as best he can, wiggling into the position right now. And it's starting to look like a spawn trap kind of a situation, but there's still so much damage coming in. But Milkrail on the right side, he claims yet another kill. Sergeant, up close, missing out one shot. Is that going to be a problem though? No, it is indeed, because now he's going to retire his 4-star advantage the other way. And Ganbare, for the first time, they show signs of life and an advantage that it's in their hands right now. Sergeant Clive coming in with this Nani head once again, tanked by the shield from Milkrail.
Milkrail takes absolutely 0 damage against that Peep there, so Sergeant probably should do some course correction, but Unfriendly Spirits is going to be putting a little bit of deficit in the HP department for the side of free win. 20 seconds left on the clock. They desperately need to move up to get a kill here, but on the defensive is going to be the side of is it going to finally find its mark though? And 7 seconds left, 10 seconds left, and Peep doesn't find its mark. Pull coming in from out, finds a kill on the Shafted. Sergeant and Prashant going in, they get taken out, and this is a blowout from the side of Ganbare Npocham.
Ganbare Npocham, they're back in the game, and for the first time I think we've seen in this entire series, they absolutely popped off there. Every single one of them had to do their jobs absolutely right to make that work. Holding it at the end there, each of them, they played it so beautifully. Nani tanking the head there, Milkbro getting the kills, racking up, coming in with it, and Jean with that pull to defend it. What a nice play. But that being said, the story seems to begin a little bit differently right now. Once again, Sergeant with first blood.
Yeah, and Milkrow playing flawlessly for his team, getting the shield right in the nick of time against Sergeant's peeps have been so pivotal to the success of the team. And now we see complete aggressive spawn trap position coming in from the Japanese team here as they get the kill on a Chapin. Sergeant and PekeChanzz low, and they can't find that kill as well. Nice pinch. PekeChanzz is the last one alive for his team. The members of everyone respawning, but a 4-star deficit is a huge proposition for them to come up against. And another super being used. Sergeant is not going to be able to find Dempsey. Dempsey finds a kill on a Sergeant, but he gets taken out, but it's still a 3-star lead for the side of Ganbare Npocham.
My jaw is absolutely sore from dropping right now because the amount of aggressive plays that this Japanese team, the Npocham, are doing, they're doing it once again. Wahouchi goes forward with an aggressive pull. He brings it down, and Dempsey, he continues to bring out the laser beams here, but falling back, a shield comes out. He's trying to save Wahouchi there, but unfortunately not being able to. And Dempsey in the barrel, staring at the guns of death. He's going to be tanking up every single shot, but he takes so long to go down. Blue Star, however, still in Ganbare Npocham's lead, Pandu.
Yeah, that is the differentiator, but Shaffing getting taken out by a Cookie Popper. The Nani finds his mark, but not able to get the kill. Dempsey is desperately wiggling to stay alive. He is dodging a lot of these shots to his credit, and he is putting the hurt into the free win side. 3-star deficit, 20 seconds left on the clock. Take it away, Spoo.
It is only 15 seconds left on the clock. What can Sergeant Clash and his squad do right now? A Gust Super flies out. It looks like it was a little bit off the mark. They have to penetrate Wahouchi's pull, and they have to get through this Dempsey, who's currently blocking them, and Milkreo. This Peep has planned. Can he get a kill? It actually pushes Wahouchi into the depths of Trash on Shot, and oh my goodness, they actually did it. The coordination that comes from the Indian squad to actually claw back from the depths of defeat. That was wholly well played indeed.
Insane plays. I love the minute interactions where the Peep actually pushed him into the rocket raid. They knew exactly what they had to do there.
There was only one play and they actually pulled it off. And right now into game number 3, the pressure is on for Ganbare. And oh no, everything seems to be going wrong. You get the blue star, but you retire the entirety of your side lanes. Ganbare, pressure is now on them to make the play as they are match point against free win.
Yeah, and this is not a good proposition, not a good look for the side of Ganbare Npocham, and they do take a lot of damage, so that aggression that they had built up is going to be completely muted. About 1-star deficit. Oh, another kill coming in. It's a 5-star deficit for the side of Ganbare Npocham. Another Peep coming in, and he gets in once again. Sergeant is able to bump him into the shot of Chapin. And again, Dempsey's low. He gets taken out, and it's a complete blowout. 1 minute left on the clock. 9-star deficit. Are they going to be able to come back in this one, Spoo?
1 minute left on the clock and the max speed to kick things off. There's still hope, but it is definitely going to be really, really hard dodging into every single shot, but there's just so much. And yet Dempsey, he seems to be wanting to make the impossible possible. A Peep flies through. It's going to be looking for Dempsey right now. No, it's changing targets. It's going on to Wahouchi as he pushes him into his own shot. Sergeant Clash is giving a master class on how Peep and Nani is meant to synergize and play together. Celebratory spins are coming up, but a Gust Super flies out. It's not over yet. The second Peep comes in once again, pushing it into another shot, Pandu. This man is saying exactly what you've been saying this entire time. This is the man who's doing everything, and 20 stars to 1, Pandu. 22 now to 1. 15 seconds on the clock, Pandu. What can Ganbare do?
I can just say Gambate, but 12 seconds. They need to get at least 1 kill. A consolation kill. Milkreo, you need to do something. It's not looking good. Ganbare Npocham. No, Dempsey getting taken out. They find 1 kill finally. And this is a complete blowout. Sergeant Clash with the wombo combo, blocking people, putting them in the crosshairs of his own teammates. And that was a masterclass in Nani. I've never seen that being done ever before in my life. My mind is absolutely blown. That was insane. Oh my god.
Oh my god. And it started from game 2, right? It looked like Ganbare had it. It looked like they seemed to have started to mount their comeback. And in the last second, right, you know, it's this kind of plays. Everything has to go right. It's a perfect storm. It has to land perfectly. The peep has to land perfectly. The rocket has to be placed perfectly, and it was. And then after that, in the next game, it was perfect. Throughout the entire game, they just kept making play after play after play, and it looked like Ganbare, they were trying to claw at the scraps, but there's no scraps. They were trying to make pressure plays, and it's just impossible. You know, I can't say anything else except the fact that free win, they just played that so well. They made that look like a free win.
It was absolutely insane. There are very few people. Okay, as a caster, one of my biggest failings is that I don't get excited enough. Sergeant Clash is one of those people who gets me that excited, man. I just need to cast Sergeant Clash for the rest of my life.
Oh man, we are looking at a 10-minute break, and I think we're going to be going for a very, very quick 10-minute break before we see the battle of the two types of wins, whether easy win will triumph or free win will triumph. Unfortunately, it is going to be, it looks like India does own Japan. You know, I'm not going to say that in chat. I'm not going to do that because just bear in mind, nobody really knows for sure because of regional differences, right? But that being said, I am looking forward to the grand finals. It is going to be an amazing match. Any closing thoughts before we go for our break, Pandu?
I don't know. I just need to collect myself. I have 9 minutes to regain my composure. Let's see if that happens. See you guys then. Hello everybody and welcome back to the AME 2022 tournament. It is our grand finals. Up next, we're gonna have Easy Win versus Free Win. Both these teams have taken down stiff opposition from a lot of other teams so far, and they have come out on top. Easy Win recently did beat, I believe, Prada, and Free Win did happen to beat Ganbare Npocham. Both of them very, very close games. I feel like the set scores don't exactly tell the whole story because the matches were way closer than you would expect, and it is going to be Free Win, I feel, as a favorites going into this game. But Easy Win haven't had the easiest time coming here to this grand finals. Easy Win have D-Skills, Captain Rocks, Flick, and Crescent, and Free Win have Sergeant Clash, Prashant, and Shafin. All these members are from the South Asian region. Every single member is an Indian except for Shafin, who is from Bangladesh. So you're going to have a completely South Asian grand finals today. But that's not to say that the other regions didn't perform well. Every single team here today has shown us that they are worth their salt. They have qualified from various qualifiers from all the different match days that we've had so far, and it culminates in this last grand finals. It is for 2,000, almost 2,000 USD, 8,000 Hong Kong dollars, and we're going to be going into our finals very, very soon. And here we have our round of sets. It's going to be Brawl Ball followed by Gem Grab, then Pod Zone, Shooting Star, and Heist. Take it away, Wiggly.
Yup. I have many yups today because I did not expect this. I did not expect this all. When I saw the bracket and I saw that how things would go, partially based on seeding, partially based on the level these teams are at. As you mentioned, both these teams, they didn't have an easy journey here, right? You know, we didn't get to see the qualifiers for this tournament, but the qualifiers was a gauntlet in itself. It's a single elimination gauntlet, and both these teams come from the rest of Asia region. Specifically for them, they come from South Asia, and they battle it through so many other rest of Asia teams, and then they made it here to the finals, where Easy Win, they had to go up against PekeChanzz team, very, very strong Japanese team, and nobody knows how that could have gone if PekeChanzz, like, nobody knows how the games would have been different if PekeChanzz had won. But Easy Win, they take that and then they go up against Prada, where in a very, very, very back and forth series, they eventually come out on top against them as well, and that's how they earn their spot in the grand final. Meanwhile here, Free Win, they get a slightly more different kind of a storyline going for them. Higher seeded, so naturally they come in a little bit higher in the bracket, and they only had to play one match before. But that match that they played, arguably speaking, was probably gonna be the hardest. If people had to look at raw strength and the raw history of the teams, well, that match could have been grand final will be by itself. And yet they just 3-0 at Pandu. they did that. I want to be a fanboy, but like I'm sad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also like, okay, I'll try to be honest. I wanted to see like a whole set 5 because I think that it was definitely one of the better matches that we've seen today. Both these teams, you know, really digging in and trying their very best to come out on top, but at the end of the day, it didn't happen the way I guess Ganbare Npocham wanted it. And I think that, you know, both these teams, I'm talking about the semifinalists in the second one, had the, I mean, it was a grand finals in and of itself, let's be honest. And now we're gonna see another grand final, so just think of it as a bonus today.
Indeed. And bans have come out already. We've got Janet, Ruffs, Carl, and Buster Janet's too. So mirror Janet bans on both sides, and then we've got Buster, Carl, Ruffs, and Stu. And I'm just gonna remind the map real quick. We are heading into beach ball, right? So ball set. All these bans seem pretty in flavor. Seem pretty normal, I'd say. I think Crow has been a big flavor of both these teams. Especially Easy Win, I think they really value the Crow. So I'm going to be expecting them to pick that up. Carl being banned out means that the side lanes are going to be a little bit more versatile in terms of what you can pick. Carl on this map has been known to be one of the strongest side laners, period. Even up against Colette and stuff like that, you still can lane very well. So that being out kind of opens up the draft quite a lot. What do you expect to see, Pandu?
Well, I think that, yeah, Griff is still probably a viable option to go for. We have seen people pick up Spike, but I feel like unless you're going up against a Surge, the Spike might not be the best pick. And we see the drafts have come in. It's going to be Sergeant Clash on the Max, Chaffin on the Squeak, and PekeChanzz on the Nita. On the other side, we have a Crow, a Penny, and an Ashe. So I don't know if I agree with the picks coming in from the side of Easy Win here, but Free Win have a very strong control composition. Though PekeChanzz is going to be facing a stiff opposition from the Crow there. He just doesn't have the range to compete, and he's going to be very susceptible to being taken out.
Yep, and a jump already coming up from Flick there. Crow trading it out with Trashan there and equalizing the position a little bit. I'm just looking very carefully at this lane between Ashe and the Squeak here. I'm not sure who wins that matchup, but in theory right now, you know, Captain, the one that he, like this is the kind of lane setup that I think Free Win are looking for, you know, putting the Nita onto the tank. That's kind of like the way they want to do this. And Trashan, nice rotation and a quick kill coming out there. That's going to open up possibilities for them. It's only Captain against the wall, and I think this ball is gonna roll in past the defense of Captain Pandu.
Yeah, try as you might, you can't really do anything about the game mechanics itself, and the first goal goes to Free Win as the speed comes in from Sergeant Clash on the mid here, and PekeChanzz is going to be facing off against Captain this time around. They do swap lanes. It does make a lot of sense to do that, because Chaffin's going to have an easier time going up against a squishier presence like Flick's Crow, so it looking very strong once again for the side of Free Win, and a complete blowout here. Not even any question as to who is going to be coming out on top. First game goes to Free Win. Easy Win still on the back foot. They have a right idea, but they just aren't executing it.
Yep, indeed. I think their comp, there are some ideas with how the Ashe wants to play, but so far I'm not really seeing the Ashe have as big of an impact. It almost feels like Easy Win have half a comp going on here, and right now already the super huge amount of aggression coming out from Sergeant Clash, and he's just gonna run it by with a quick gadget self pass and chuck the ball in. 1-0 in less than 20 seconds. It's not looking good for Easy Win, Pandu.
Yeah, it's not at all looking great for them, and I think that PekeChanzz he's gonna have an easy time against Captain, because Captain, if he doesn't have his rage, it's just gonna be easy for PekeChanzz to move up, and that's exactly what's been happening majority of the time. Captain's already very low. Yes, he has his rage up now, but he's gonna be susceptible to be taken out, and it's gonna be an easy goal once again for the side of Sergeant Clash, and Free Win are definitely having quite the free win in the first set here. Easy Win, not that easy a story for them.
I mean, Free Win, Free and Easy, which one is better? It looks like currently Free is playing slightly better for sure. Draft-wise, I think it's definitely okay between either of the teams. Easy Win, however, it did seem a bit strange to put the Nita and the Ashe together. Like, there seemed to be just zero attempt to really want to do any kind of a lane swap between the two of them. That's something that I think in general, like a lot of amateur teams do struggle with, or maybe not necessarily amateur, but just inexperienced type of teams, right? When you lose a game, you can't just do the same thing twice. And they just did the same thing twice. And as you said, if one team adapts and the other team doesn't adapt, then it's a free win. And that's how free win gets a free win.
Yeah, definition of madness is doing the same thing, expecting a different result. And I did like the fact that in the second game, in the first interaction, we had a lane swap itself. So free win forced their advantage according to the lanes that they were going up against. Nita against Ashe makes a lot of sense if you're able to keep your range as a Nita. But on the other side, though, you have a Crow against a Squeak. Squeak can do really well into the Crow because you can't really wall peek as well because those bombs are going to be hitting you. And I think that they just needed to swap themselves. I'm not sure why they didn't swap. And there are matches, and I saw this in the past in 2020 when I realized how important lane swaps were. PSG versus Jupiter. Every time there was a lane which wasn't feasible for them, you saw them swapping, and you saw the other team swapping right back. You might think that you're going to be losing a lot of control if you waste the time to swap lanes at the start, but that isn't always the case. What happens is that you force your advantage, and they had a good advantageous position at the start in the first game, but they didn't force their advantage the second time over, which is why they lost.
Yep. I think a lot of like what you mentioned there, a lot of teams don't know how to balance tempo and swapping and lane priority here, because the thing is, it's true, yeah, when you do swap lanes, you are losing a lot of tempo, a lot of time is lost there for you to make that move, but because you get the superior matchup immediately after that, then you kind of get back the tempo eventually. They were too concerned in that sense with that positioning there, and the sad thing is that it shouldn't have been so one-sided. Like, truth be told, that did not have to look so one-sided whatsoever, but it did. It's how these kind of really just fundamental small things are just so important to just keep in mind when you're playing in the competitive level. There's just so much that you have to do on top of the fact that you have to play well. I think the Ashe there just wasn't allowed to sing, right? Like, Ashe picked that into the Squeak. Ashe is completely fine, it should be doing a lot more. Squeak is not great against tanks whatsoever. Like, it's nice, the slow is decent, but once that slow comes down, like, that's why sometimes people like to pick Darrow here. Sometimes people like to pick other kinds of tanks here. Even I think aside from Darrow, Carl, these kind of tanks, that's why people pick them. It's because of the fact that you can just run Squeak down in that sense. But Ashe didn't really get to do that. I think in the first game, I think we saw the Ashe go up against the Squeak, and he got slowed once, and then he got really scared after that. Like, he was like, I'm never going back there. Flick, you need to swap with me. And maybe that was a conscious decision. Maybe that wasn't.
The thing is, right, if you're running an Ashe, and the Ashe is the definition of aggro, if you're running Ashe passively, then you should probably go for another Brawl altogether, because you're not ever going to force your advantage. You're always going to be in the precipice of death or life as an Ashe, and you gotta take that in stride. And I just felt like easy win, we're not doing that. If you're not doing that, don't pick the Ashe. If you're not comfortable with that, don't pick the Ashe. And I think that that was probably the reason why. It's not that the pick itself was bad, but it is the mentality that you are going with that specific brawler. There was a fundamental mismatch over there, and I think that they paid dearly for it.
Yep. I think what you said was perfect about that. A lot of teams, they don't factor in the fact that it's like, oh, if I don't have a player to play this specific brawler, I shouldn't force the pick. Maybe they had an idea, like they've seen it before in theory how it can work, but when the stakes are this high, you're in the grand finals already, you're one step away from securing that lion's share of prize money and the glory of being able to call yourself the AME 2022 champions, right? And if you are going in with that, you should have the confidence to execute strategies. It just looked like I didn't see the confidence that came from easy win in that sense. But on the flip side, free win, they played like it was free. It was so confident. Look at Sergeant Clash. I'm not trying to like hype it up and be a complete fanboy about it, but really, he looked so confident to just make all these kind of like small micro plays, and it just pays off so well. So,
yeah, and it's okay. We talked about one of the deficiencies of Easy Win, which was their ability to swap lanes and the read of the game, but I don't think that we have discussed the quantum of difference between the ability of both these teams in terms of game read. Easy Win is just not at that level that Free Win is at. I mean, it just seems like Easy Win's is not at all in it, because I mean, okay, I know I'm just beating a dead horse here, but like in the first game, there was an interaction where Sergeant Clash saw 1 minute second of a play where he's like, okay, I have a super, I'm gonna get my speed, I can get to the ball, I can use my face shifter, pass the ball to myself and score. That should not happen in a competitive setting. That you should be able to identify that is a possibility, and you move in to either one person or both people move in to isolate and shut him down, and that just did not happen. And I think that, you know, that really just boils down to your ability to see the aggression from the other team and the ability to see when you're susceptible to falling. And Easy Win just do not have the game read, I think.
Yep. I think what another way to think about it is just how sharp a team is able to play, right? So when it comes to a lot of teams that are very inexperienced, right, we have a measure where we say like, oh, how sharp are you playing, and how but sharpness is essentially a way to say how good are you at spotting opportunities and capitalizing on them in like rapid succession, right? And literally what you mentioned there, that Max play, it was off the backs of the moment he saw the Squeak land the last shot onto Flick. It's like a slight misposition done by the Crow, which makes him take a little bit too much damage. He's like, all right, I'm gonna go and get the ball, kill the Crow, pick up the ball and self-pass and score. And I'm just like, wait, how did you spot that off one shot? Like, this is the level of play that these players are seeing. And playmakers tend to do that a lot. Sergeant Clash not recognized in the space generally to be a quote-unquote flashy type of player, but today it looks like he is all guns firing, guns blazing, just wants to be the center of attention, and that Max kind of showed it. We are going into our gem grab set very, very soon. The bans did come out. They're going to be Janet, Penny, Buster, and Buster, Max, Bali. So once again, nobody wants to see the Busted Buster. Nobody wants to see it. It is going to be Deep Diner, right? So the Bali ban kind of completely makes sense there. And here, we're going to be seeing a clash of, once again, a Gene Comp going up against a Gus combination comp.
Yeah, lost more control from the side of Free Win here. Easy Win have their work cut out for them. Sergeant was able to just move up and beam down Captain, push him back and get a lot of control, and he finds a kill under D-skills as well. All three members of the side of Free Win Easy Win are going to fall, and things are not looking good for them. If they're going to keep falling like dominoes, you might be delivered.
Yeah, and Sergeant Clash using all three of his gadgets already to tear open the map. I just love the confidence that Freewin are exhibiting. Look at Sergeant Clash bobbing and weaving on the Stu, just coming in right now. But signs of life coming out from the side of Easy Win as Stu tries, these two tries to make a play, but unfortunately answered completely by the sticky bomb of the Squeak. Is able to just nullify all the advances right now. It's already 9 gems to 0. I'm starting to feel bad almost, you know. The plays are coming out right now. And a nice pull that comes out from Captain though. Okay, signs of life. Bandu, it's not over yet.
Yeah, we're just getting started, Captain, with a very good pull there. It just serves as a huge notice to the other team that, hey, you might be winning it, but it's not over until the Fat Panda sings. And Captain, certain getting killed by D-Skills, finds a trade though. Oh, near miss of a pull from Captain, and that might cost them because they relinquish control of the mid. He's also going to be low as well, but D-Skills with a flying hook goes in once again, trying to nullify a little bit off that aggression that they lost. But Sergeant Clash getting the kills, getting a gem, and dipping out of there. That is the heist if I've ever seen one, Wiggly Spoof.
Oh my goodness, indeed, that the combination play, like the Gus synergy that I'm seeing with this Stu come out, you know. Stu by itself, Sergeant Clash as a player as well, already so monstrous. You add Trashan with the shield on top of that, and you've got an unkillable demon in the form of this headless Stu. My goodness, this is gonna be a challenge. It's a huge challenge for Easy Win. I really like the comp coming out from Free Win here, even though they've got this interaction between the Carl and the Squeak going on, but that's like the only thing that they seem to have going for them. What can you do? If you're on Team Easy Win right now.
I'd say start with not missing your pulls. That one pull Captain missed in the middle of the game was the most important pull for him to get, and that relinquished all the control. And Sergeant Clash able to get a lot of room for his teammates to move up and cement control in position. And with Safin getting that residue as well on the left-hand side is going to be huge. With Captain getting his power up now, you're going to see the side of Easy Win coming back into the point, back into the mid, and they're going to be trying to make a play, but a huge pull coming in from Captain. They get the kill though.
Yep, easy win, showing signs of life for sure, and starting to play a lot better right now. But Chapin, he lands the sticky syrup mixture onto Flick, and that's gonna secure the kill. Another wall break kind of being wasted here on the right side. Sergeant Clash against D-Skills, however, he's showing him his skills, and he's gonna be able to tear him apart. Right now, Sergeant Clash, he is just zipping about and playing extremely confidently. D-Skills, however, is making a play onto the gem carrier. Captain, this is the pull that you need to land, and he lands it. And the hope has come for Team Easy Win as they finally show the capability of what they can do.
Yeah, amazing pull coming for Captain. He knew that he's going to be slowed in the nick of time. He gets a pull, and then he also allows Flick to pick up the gems. But now Flick is going to be caught between two people, but manages to survive, and they've ridden down the clock. It is going to be a tie of 1 apiece. R for Easy Win going to be taking this set, and I think it's definitely possible those pulls, if Captain does hit them, are going to be so pivotal and so impactful for his team. But he really needs to be consistent with it. He has not been as consistent, and that might be something which is disconcerting for the side of Easy Win. We're going to go into this third and final game of this gem grab set. Is Free Win going to be able to come out on top and force a 2-0 scoreline, or is Easy Win going to be live in this game once again?
Yep, once again, it's the same story that we're seeing. The early game presence and advantage just coming out from the Free Win squad, both in superior, perhaps in the draft, perhaps in the skill as well, but that doesn't mean that you should give up. Easy Win, the movement is coming out. These skills is going to drop here, but remember, the key factor, the X factor that we're looking at is nothing more than the pull. It doesn't really matter how many gems in this case. I mean, it does matter, but it doesn't matter so much about how many gems that they concede, so long as they hit these pulls. Captain, he's got it online, but 7 gems already in favor of Free Win. Can Free Win hold the lead, Pandu?
I've never seen a Stu completely dominate a Carl to this extent, and D-Skills hasn't been able to move up, but now finally he does use a flying hook. He's going to be taken out there, but now we see control coming in from the side of Easy Win. They have control of the mid. They have a pull as well, which is going to be a huge detractor from any sort of regression, but Captain needs to be careful. If he's going to be taken out, he does get taken out, and Flip picks up the gems to give them a little bit more breathing room, but 1 gem being spawned, another one going to be spawned in the next 7 seconds. They got to be careful, otherwise they're going to be facing down the barrel of a gun. Captain goes down, so does Sergeant Clash, and this is looking like a very, very difficult spot for Easy Win to be in.
It's definitely going to be an uphill climb, and that gem looked a little bit free for Sergeant Clash to come in, but Sergeant Clash, maybe he thought it was free as well. That could have been a mistake that actually creates a turnaround. Unfortunately, the slow dots connect right now. Trashan, half HP, D-Skills, he spins in, he's going on the Shafton, but the shield, it flies out, it saves him, and completely isolates himself from the entire team right now. 7 seconds on the clock, and it's Captain and Flick, and physically speaking, there's not going to be enough damage to bring down Trashan here in time, and just like that, Free Win are up by 2 free sets.
Very well played, and once again we see the guy on the Stu as the star player, and I honestly gotta say, no surprises there. He was able to completely wall out the Carl. I've not seen that much. Usually you see like equally skilled Carl and Stews, where the Stu does get walled by the Carl. Just the pickaxe is so wide and it just does so much, but Sergeant Clash is able to bamboozle the Carl so repeatedly, so consistently, that it wasn't even an issue. There were so many opportunities, there were so many situations where he made so much room for his gem carrier to pick up those gems and just go in a very aggressive position. He might have died, but he got them so low that they were susceptible to dying. So I don't know, it's just amazingly well played from the side of Free Win. And Easy Win, though, had some signs where they were able to come back, and it just didn't seem like they were able to get that execution at the end. The pull from Captain was squandered in more than one opportunity, and that was very, very sad to see.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, sometimes you don't even have to pull the gem carrier. I think Easy Win, they may have tunnel visioned a little bit, if I'm going to be honest. There was a point, I think, when D-Skills came in and he was right beside Sergeant Clash with the spin, and he decided to I want the gem carrier, and he just goes all in the base against the gas. And I mean, sometimes that works, but if you're completely tunnel visioning on that, then that is just some sign of inexperience, I would have to say. you can't just go for these kind of big plays all the time. Sometimes it's about clawing back small advantages. And truth be told, is Freewin playing perfectly in that set? I'll say no, absolutely not. Like, Sergeant Clash is having a great time, obviously, on Stu. I mean, you can tell he's having a load of fun. Like, my goodness, he's like enjoying the fact that this is a 0 ping game for him. I saw like combinations, like double Stu supers back to back. Like, you shoot one, you zip twice, you shoot again, and you zip twice. That's like I think if you have negative ping, then you can do that kind of play. And he did it more than once. Like, there was a point where Gene auto aim him with damage gear twice, so the third one should kill him. The fourth one didn't. Takes 1.8k because he heals 1600 health with 4 dashes. Like, who does that? Who goes for these kind of plays? And you only do that if you're feeling very free. You're feeling the energy. You're feeling it, right? And that's exactly what Sergeant Clash and his team are doing. It's not just him. He's empowering the entire team. I'd kill to hear the VC.
I mean, I've been in those VCs. I don't know if you'd want to hear it.
Oh my goodness.
But I mean, honestly though, I think that Easy Win, okay, so like the cards on the table, I think that one of the biggest failings for Easy Win so far is that like you said, tunnel visioning, the read of the game, the ability to have a cool head when it comes down to clutch positions. They have a good idea with the draft. They have a good idea with their team chemistry, in the sense that they know when they need to pinch, they know when they need to get into positions. It's just that when it comes to some things like matchups, or some things like figuring out when to aggress, when to defend, I think that if they fix that, they will be a much stronger team. They're on the precipice of being polished. It's just that they're still a little bit a diamond in the rough. And I think that in the future, you're going to see a free win, which is very strong. They just need to focus on these deficiencies that they have right now.
Yep. I think, open zone, the next map that we're going to go into, bans coming out from both teams. We are going to be seeing Max Poco Buster on the side of Easy Win, and the side of Free Win, they've banned out Amber, Gus, and B. So Free Win giving a lot of attention to these do for single target long range brawlers like Gus and B, who have both they're both like at the extreme ends of what their strengths are, right? On one hand, B is the single highest damage dealer in the entire game when it comes to consistent damage and long range kills at 3k, right? And on the other hand, we have Gus, which has the opposite, which is the single biggest supportive ability in the game right now, the power of that shield. Coupled with the fact that he's just in a very good spot in the meta, and he's really independent. So these bans completely make sense to me. And these skills just kind of, on the other hand, Easy Win, they ban out Max Poco Buster. I'm just wondering if they kind of are they're like, I just don't like this comp in particular, and I don't want to see any parts of that comp. And they're like, you know what? Ban the whole comp. Like, Max is a good brawler, Poco is a good brawler, Buzz is a good brawler. Let's take all of them out.
Yeah, I can understand why they would ban like 2 out of 3. Maybe not all 3 at the same time, because if you remove 2 out of 3, the crux of the composition is removed. But we're going to go into our first game of this third set. Free Win just need this one more set here. We see an 8-bit. I haven't seen 8-bit being picked up as much in competitive for this map, but it is interesting to see that it has been picked up this time around.
That's a huge slow that's going to be coming up from these skills. Unfortunately, not really able to capitalize on it because of the power of that 8-bit teleport. And over there, Sergeant Clash and Trasha, 2 brain cells, 2 minds combined over there, combining that stun with a complete full clip from Trasha. He melted the Mega to the ground. I didn't think that was possible.
Yeah, with that boosted booster, it does make a little bit of sense that he can, but to that extent, to that proficiency, not really expected. And that pinch from Sergeant and Prashant onto Flick, they are not even looking at the lanes, they're just looking on a Flick. They're trying to get Flick down, but Flick gets a kill though. And it is a pretty even game, despite the fact that I think most of the interactions have gone in the favor of Easy Win. It has kind of swapped back to the free win here.
Yep, and these skills, a nice interaction there with the damage gear, being able to bring down Shufflin. This is the opening that they need. Sergeant Clash does need to get super out. It doesn't even fly out here. And a nice slow. It connects, and it connects again. Flick, can he get the super out? If he gets it, it's going to be huge. He does get it off. And this is going to get a lot of percentage coming back. Sergeant Clash, he fires out the loose super. This is going to buy them time, but they're still down by 30%. Can Easy Win finally step foot in the house of free win and take a set here, Pandu? Let's find out.
It's looking definitely really good for them. They have a 33% advantage. Prashant trying to beam down Captain. He finally gets his start, and that's going to allow them a little bit of leeway to move up, but D-Skills fighting the kill on the shaft, and it is going to put a stop to that. Flick is still alive in the mid. He gets taken out right there as Captain jumps in once again, but is he going to be able to get the kill on Prashant? Prashant is going to be low. He gets taken out, and that is the power of that gear there off the Crow.
D-Skills though on the right side here, the Squeak is gonna have a lot of pressure coming back into the mid. These side lanes on open zone, they're so key. Yet another super flies up on the Squeak and it connects again. Trashan, he has just been the target. Like D-Skills, he turned on aimbot or something and he's just getting every single super onto the Squeak. And Captain, he's making a jump out here. 22 seconds left on the clock. They've kept the point. An easy win. It was definitely not easy, but it was certainly not free wins win. An easy win. They put the first game in the set on the scoreboard.
Yeah, definitely very well played by the side of Easy Win. They kept their matchups that they had to do, and the Squeak was consistently shutting down the 8-bit, which is exactly what you want to do. What's going to be interesting to see that how they're going to be addressing the next change up. I think there's going to be a lane swap there for Free Win, but what we've seen in the past is that Easy Win does not adapt, and if they don't adapt, then they're going to be in the back foot once again. So they got to get control, they got to keep their control, and they got to get the right lane matchups.
Yep. We're going to be heading into game 2 real soon. And I really hope that it's not going to be a 3-0. I don't want to jinx it so soon. And the thing is, this comp, when I look at it, it really could go either way, but I must say, as a player, I do prefer Free Win's comp a little bit more. So I'm kind of holding it pretty close. I'm kind of hoping that Sergeant Clash, could you like chill a bit and like, I'm not saying give you chance, like still play your best, but like could you just like, you know, chill, and then Easy Win, you know, you gotta channel a little bit more about that, okay? And then maybe we can see set number 4.
Yeah, we have a little bit of some production issues. We're waiting for the next game to start. I'm not exactly sure what is happening. We have message production, so we'll let you know what is happening as soon as we find out. And I just think that, you know, Easy Win have a right idea in mind. They just got to execute going into game number 2. We are finally on game number 2 here. Some dips in concentration. It is a long stream, to be fair, so it does make sense that production might have a little bit of issues here and there, and we are well underway. This could be the game which forces a set number 4 here for the side of Easy Win. The lead is also with them. D-Skills has a super. He goes for it, but Prashant with a, Chapin with a backstage pass. He does get found out, though. Prashant in a very awkward position, and D-Skills is going to be happy just beaming him down and taking out his turret. A really good position from D-Skills. He's on that cubby there and being a huge nuisance for the entire side of Free Win.
Yep, I think the squad of Easy Win, they are doing the same thing. Actually, there's actually not many adjustments here on either side. They're just saying, let's play the pure mechanical war and let's see who wins. And right now, the team that's winning, it's completely in the favor of Easy Win. You know, they're actually doing extremely well here. I mean, just as I say that, Trashan fires right back one and it hits onto Flick, and the aimbot comes out again. And Trashan, he's going to be going down. Captain actually going with a defensive jump here to reset the position. I think that's actually pretty smart for what he's doing. Just consolidating and waiting for his team to come back. Flick comes back into the center. He might be frozen, but he's still capping up the point. 93, 94 seconds on the clock and only 20 seconds left. I think this set is indeed going to be Easy Wins.
And we finally have a contest on our hands, ladies and gents. A good draft from Easy Win. That 8-bit was a very risky pick. I was surprised about it when it was picked up, and it didn't work out, unfortunately, for the side of Free Win. But Easy Win are going to take those. If they are going to get good drafts into the opposition, they're going to be taking those every single day. It is your bread and butter to win those interactions, and that Squeak was such an important pick from them, and they executed it perfectly.
I think D-Skills are really on point there, playing his positions completely well, playing his role extremely well. It is a sensitive position to be in on that right side on open zone. I mean, that's the safe lane for your team, you know, and you need to pull your weight. And D-Skills, that he did really well. But Captain laning against currently, you know, I mean, Sergeant Clash, right? You know, you're playing Lu against Crow, and that matchup really can go either way. But I saw the jukes and the jives, the movements, the Japanese wiggles. really well done from Captain there. I mean, there should be another term that we coin from there, you know, to watch how Captain play on that Crow. I think comfort zone is a topic that I want to bring up, which is that I felt that in the last 2 drafts, maybe these drafts aren't exactly in the comfort zone of easy win. I think if you vaguely recall, right, you know, when a certain somebody was playing the Jean on a knockout set, we also saw similar kind of plays, right? But here everybody's on a roll that they look really comfortable with, you know. D-Skills is on his Squeak, Flicks on a Meg, and Captain gets to pop off on his Crow. So they have to tap on that. I hope going forward we are going into another open map, right? Wait, no, it's not open map, sorry. We are going to go into set number 4. It is going to be Bounty on Layer Cake.
Yeah, and this is one of the maps a lot of pro players don't like to play on because it really does come down to that last interaction. This and Layer Cake are pretty scary because you can get spawn trapped and it's going to be hard to get out of that situation. But Layer Cake, though, our bans for, I think, Easy Win are in. They're Buster, Piper, Stu. We're waiting for Free Win's bans. And already with the Buster, Piper, and Stu, we know that Buster's out of play. Piper has that range and that ability to snipe with homemade recipe is a pretty scary proposition to go up against. Stu, though, I don't really understand why you would want to ban Stu. Really depends on how they want to draft here. And the bans are going to be coming in from Free Win. They go for the Sprout ban, the Grom ban, and the Squeak. So they don't want to face any sort of brawler that is going to be, you know, using walls or any kind of gimmick mechanic like Squeak Slow with the residue or the super. So these are our bans so far, Wiggly Spoo.
Yep. I think good bans on both sides. I think Buster is kind of a forced ban here, unfortunately, because Layer Cake is too much of a closed map, and Buster is still in a spot right now where I don't think anybody has been able to figure out how how to really deal and address with this brawl on every single map. So it's completely fine to ban it out. Yeah, I'm just wondering though, Pandu, do you think the Stu ban is a respect ban, or do you think it's a actual, like, they planned kind of a ban, or is it like we're traumatized at this point? They're like, Sergeant Clash, stop.
It's a 0 ping ban.
Oh man, I mean
like 0 ping Stu is hard enough to face. So 0 ping Sergeant Stu is like, it's like, please just close the book of the chapter. I'm gonna go sleep. You know, I'm done with the day. So I think it does make sense because, like, they did face off against that Stu and Gem Grab, and it did a number. So I think that it does make sense. Normally, I don't see it being banned out on this map, but if you're facing off against such a proficient Stu, you got to be careful. And in this case, I kind of do agree with the ban.
Yep, I think you know, we talked about comfort and a bit about psychology, and now about trauma, right? It's a very strange word to use in the context of a tournament, but yeah, I think sometimes you do need to get yourself that ease, right? You just need to say, tell you what, I'd rather swap out an existing ban that I planned for just to get this, like, this thing that we knew is a problem and adapt in the draft in that sense. And I respect that, you know, but that does open up to a lot of other kind of demons, other demonic picks that can show up, which I think Sergeant Clash, his toolbox of the stuff that he can do hasn't even begun to be unraveled. So we're gonna see what he brings in later on. I'm smelling tanks, and I'm smelling. What am I smelling? Let me smell the. What's that to smell? I can't smell the draft. Can you smell the draft, Pandu?
I kind of smell the draft. I think that, like, with the ban of the Stu, yes, you've closed one door, but you've actually opened up Pandora's box because there are so many other options that you can go for. Namely, one, which is a very scary thing to go up against, is a Carl. And on this map, Carl is really, really good. Really good. Brock also is going to be another thing. What's that? Gus is coming. Okay, it's... Oh, it's the Gus. We're gonna go in a game.
Oh, it's not coming. Oh, it's not coming.
It is. It's on the other side.
Anyways, it looks like actually Easy Win are in control of it this time. They have a slight star advantage. I think we did miss like a good half of the game, but it does look like Easy Win. I love their draft, actually. I think their draft is really, really solid. They've got a lot of answers. Otis for the car. They've got a Penny in general, which is just really, really solid against this Max. And Gus pick, I think it's a good pick to deny the car. The option is just good pick in general. But yeah, I actually prefer Easy Win's draft. We didn't really get to watch the game, but good drafts.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, the draft makes it easier for them to play against this composition. They've drafted really well. These are also brawlers that they have classically used in the past. Very, very good success. So not surprised that they did pick them up, and I think that's a good. I think they should inspire some confidence. They should bolster their confidence going into this next game. They are in a one game away from forcing a set number 5 against this opposition. I don't think a lot of people expected that, so this is definitely going to give them a lot more confidence going into the second half.
Yep, I think this is what they need to do, right? Like ease of execution. Get a draft that you're comfortable with. Get a draft that works well. Get a draft that makes sense. And this is a draft that I think it ticks all the boxes for me. They do, however, still have to watch out for mechanics and the lane movement and stuff. And you know, Flick right now, he's holding his own against Sergeant Clash. Chafin, he's got a really aggressive position on this left side. He's planted the speaker smack right there. And that's gonna buy a lot of space and a lot of time. Already taking 40 seconds off the clock, and the second one already comes out. This is gonna be a really annoying placement for them to deal with. I wonder how Easy Win will press back.
Ooh, D-Skill's finding the kill though on the Shafin. It's going to be huge. And another kill on the Shafin as well. It's going to be a force-forward game because Sergeant Clash gets the blue star for his team. And what was looking like a very good position for the side of Easy Win has completely swapped. Fast Splatter coming out on the left-hand side. About a minute left on the clock. It is still possible for Easy Win to come back in this one. They won't have the composition though for those swift turnarounds, and about 40 seconds is what is going to decide if it's going to go to a match point or if it's going to go to set number 5.
Yep, I think it's all going to come down to this Gus Super, whether this Gus Super is going to create enough pressure for them to mount an offense, but they have to balance it very carefully. There is a max speed and a Carl spin going on. The shield flies out, and right now Captain, he's holding the reins. He's currently moving forward. Flick throws out the very quick Gus gadget over there to get the bomb out, and Trasha, he goes in, he gets muted, but he quickly darts out of there. Only 10 seconds left on the clock, Pandu. Can they actually get this kill? And they actually do. Sergeant, he tries to salvage the situation, but it didn't really work out the way that he wanted to. Wow.
Oh my god. This is one of the problems I've seen from Prashant, knowing him since 2019. There are situations where he doesn't have to go up. There are situations where he shouldn't move up, but he decides that, hey, maybe I can do it because I'm a Carl, and he gets muted, and then he has to get back in position once again. I don't know exactly what was going on in his mind, but given that small little inch, Easy Win took the mile and were able to ensure that they get a set number 2 to their name. It's going to be a 2-2 sudden death match down to set number 5, and it is still very much alive. And I think it's anybody's game, man. I think it's anybody's game at this point.
I think now, as you mentioned, right, Bounty is a great place that you slow down the pace and you build up momentum, you build up that confidence. And I think, as you mentioned, this is a huge confidence booster for them. Open zone, it started there. That confidence that comes in from saying it's an open map, it's mechanics based, but we will win. And they did, and they pulled it through. They out mechanicked, you know, a team that we said had the superior mechanics. Here in Bounty, it's a tricky map. Layer Cake is a map that so many drafting traps can happen, and they come up with a comp that does have a plan. It comes up with a comp that's good. It's an even comp. It's not exactly super favorable, but it's good. It's strong. It has what you're looking for, and most importantly, you're comfortable with it. And then they just 2-0 them. And you know, bear in mind, they've now won 4 games back to back. The momentum is in the other way. And then there's this aspect, which I think you brought up, which is when your teammate throws or it feels like they throw, there's an effect on the team. And that effect, I sincerely hope, doesn't turn free win into an actual free win.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's very tilting for sure. If it's your game to win and then something like that happens, it really tilts you. And hopefully they're able to keep their head. Classically though, I don't know. I think this team has a little bit of, you know, those tempers rising, so they got to be a little bit careful managing those a little bit. But if they can keep their heads about them, they might be able to win this one. Though, that being said, 2 sets in the trot, Easy Win. What is going to be their biggest problem is themselves. Are they going to get too excited and make those misplays? Or are they going to keep their heads once again on the other side and come out on top.
Yep, we've got some bans coming in. The last map of the day is going to be Kaboom Canyon on Heights, and I do say the last map because this is indeed the grand finals. If you guys just tuned in, you've missed like 90% of the tournament, but don't worry, you've still got Kaboom Canyon to watch. Bans are rolling in. We've got Gale, Carl, Colette on the side of Easy Win. We're waiting on the side of Free Win to decide that, to post up their bans so that we can tell you, but already I am seeing the cheese has been banned out, right? So no Gale, no Colette. A lot of the very, very classic outliers are out of the picture, right? Ooh. Could go either way.
Sorry, I got a message from my parents. Anyway,
it's okay.
I might be 31, but I still have to respond to them.
Yeah, they always come first. They always come first. If mom calls, I'll pick up. I'll pick it up on stream. I'll just walk off stream, right? Everyone, I think anyone would do that easily. We're gonna be waiting on bans. I think I'll ask them for a quick update. Any update on bans? So that hopefully we will not miss any more of that amazing Brawl Stars action going on. Kaboom Canyon, if you guys are not familiar, is one of the highest skill testing maps because it is a what I describe as a semi-open map. It's open for the most part, but it's also very easy to fall into traps. So for example, if you lose the control of the center very quickly, then you're on the back foot for like the entirety of the game. The gigantic bush in the center gives a tremendous advantage to whoever gets that win of that first interaction. So teams tend to draft stuff like Crow to try and alleviate that problem. You never want to draft a comp that has no answers in a way to remedy this kind of potential problem. You can't just draft a comp and say that, oh, my mechanics are better and then I'm going to completely crush the other team and then dominate the center. You can't do that. So we'll see how both these teams decide to take that challenge.
Yeah, for sure. I think we've already got our first ban. We're waiting for the second one. So one of the teams, Easy Win, has banned Gale, Carl, and Colette. And for people who've just joined, Kaboom Canyon is the map. I know we've repeated it a few times, but sometimes people like to join in when the grand finals are happening randomly. So there you go. Oh, we don't have the second ban. We're going to go into game though.
Yep, this is going to be game number 1. And yeah, there we do see it on the top side. Free Win, they fall back to their comfort zone now. It is going to be the wall break comp. And then they put Sergeant Clash, the playmaker of the season, on one of, I would say, his best brawlers that I've ever gotten to see. Pandu, it is his B. And I dare I say, is it over? Is it over, Pandu? Is it? You tell me now.
I would have just walked into the D-School shot there. He was able to dodge that. That was absolutely insane. And yes, Sergeant Clash, amazing on the B. I don't want to fanboy, but it might be happening in this set here. And I think that the 8-bit is probably not the best option because PekeChanzz can break down the walls. Those turrets is probably going to fall really fast. And you have... you don't have an exact objective brawler from either side, except for maybe Flick here. But a secondary objective is probably the most important thing on this map, which is probably going to be map control. So definitely in the control here is the side of Free Win, Easy Win have a long road ahead of them if they want to come back in this one, though it is a small differential in damage.
Yep. This Amber pick in this situation, you know, it's kind of like their version of the Brock wall break, but it's not really as good because all it does is really break bushes. That center wall the entire game is actually going to be a point of weakness for the side of Easy Win because now they only have 2 choke points to play. And even though the damage differential is very, very little, as you mentioned, it's only a 3% difference right now. The moment the tempo starts to swing and Trashan starts to pile up that damage is going to be irreparable.
Yeah, PekeChanzz getting the kill on her D-Schools again. Slow being missed on the flick, and that might be costly, but it doesn't look likely. A lot of control, though, being exerted from the side of Easy Win here as they try to move up. Captain dodging a lot of these shots from Sergeant, and does get a... Oh, he misses the burn on the safe, though.
Yep, I mean, that was the 8% that they kind of needed, but oh, an accidental wall break that comes up from PekeChanzz. I'm not sure if that Rocket Rain was intended to be placed there, because now that kind of equalizes the advantage. It's only an 8% difference. It's gonna come down to the next kill that happens, Pandu, is really just gonna decide how this game's gonna go. 15 seconds, Pandu, take it away.
15 seconds, 10 seconds left in the clock. Captain trying to force the issue, but D-Skill's getting the kill, getting taken out. Captain as well, and Flick goes in on a Shafin, and this is Flick's moment to shine, but he gets taken out, and that is going to be game for the side of Free Win as they go on a match point. Easy Win need the next one, otherwise it's going to be game over for them.
It is indeed. Backs against the walls. I gotta say, it's not just the B that's making me think that this is kind of over for them. It's the fact that the draft in general, it's pretty hard to execute. You know, you're going into matchups that aren't easy. You're going into matchups that don't typically make sense. And you don't have an 8-bit. The biggest weakness about 8-bit is that you're so dependent on the timing of your turret. And you know, it's not like a brawler that you can just walk up into the bush and double up with Captain. So right now, you know, Captain's running up in the bush and he's going for Shafin. Flick does get the pinch this time, but he's just gonna fall right now to the pinches back of Sergeant Clash and Trashant. So already, we're seeing a lot of kills on both sides, Pandu.
Yeah, lots of kills coming in thick and fast for both sides, but the control, though, is very much on the side of Free Win here, as Easy Win tries to force back their position, but they aren't able to do so, and now we see some damage raining on the safe, and it's down to 81%, and that is not at all a good look for the side of Easy Win here, and Free Win are still keeping control of this mid.
Yeah, this is what we talked about. You know, this is a map that once you lose that mid, you're gonna spend the rest of the entire game trying to get it back. And you know, it's a slow and steady race. You know, mistakes have to be made, truth be told, right now. Because when I look at a comp like Lola B in general, or Lola Bell together, the feeling that I get is you're never getting back this mid. I mean, is this game over, Pandu? I don't want to say that, but 1 minute left on the clock. The Amber fire burning out and burning absolutely nothing. I feel like the Amber's burned that same spot 3 times at this point.
I think that the only spot which has felt the burn is probably that spot. No person has been set ablaze so far. And now we see Captain moving up, though. Is he going to be able to help his team move into position? Science point to no, but is he going to be able to do it? And a rocket ring going to be coming down, and Flick is just target practice. Not really doing much for his team here. 35 seconds left in the clock. Captain, though, going ham, but he does end up being a little bit like bacon.
Yep, a little bit of like some changes being made in the lane setup. D-Skill's finally going for his favorite matchup on the Lola, but that does leave Captain being unable to kind of lane against this Brawl, you know, and especially now with they're doing it only when there's 15 seconds left on the clock. Captain has no gadgets. It is looking like the beginning of the end of the AME 2022 finals. It is looking like Easy Win are no longer gonna be called Easy Win. There is a triumph in the end of this tournament, and that is gonna go to Free Win, who establish their superiority in their vocabulary of the type of wins. Wow. Yeah.
For sure, Free Win. Going from strength to strength. It did seem like Easy Win were coming back there. Their last draft in the Layer Cake set was definitely very, very good, but somehow that went out the window because in that last Kaboom Canyon set, I don't know what that 8-bit was for. They must have drafted it early, but why would you draft it so early? And if there was a B already picked up, why would you go for 8-bit? Or if B is an option to be picked, why would you go for the 8-bit? It just didn't make any sense for me from a fundamental drafting perspective, and they paid the price, and wow, was it a price indeed, because they're not going to be getting the first spot anymore. They're going to get second. And take it away, Wiggly Spoo. What did you think about the match so far?
Oh, I think you summarized it so well, and I think chat is also summarizing it very, very well as well. Chat is saying ban B, like the solution to that was ban B, but just bear in mind, you know, like we talked about demons, right? We talked about stuff that people are afraid of. We saw the stew ban on the previous set, you know. In this case, the equivalent of that stew, right? The equivalent of that you know, Sergeant Clash's toolbox was the B. I mean, in the back of my mind, it was always there because this guy plays world-class B. Like, if you guys really want to go and study in detail what are the tiny nuances, you can really go and rewatch the VOD. I promise you, you will learn a million things from just watching Sergeant Clash's do. But that being said, I think on Easy Win's side, as you mentioned, it seemed like old habits die hard, right? The problem that they faced was once again an adaptation. they did the same in game 1. They struggled. They seemed to almost break through, but didn't work out. And in game 2, when they finally decided to commit to making changes, it was too late. And just like that, looking at our bracket, looking at the journey, 3-2 scoreline, nothing to scoff at. Easy win. They did take 2 sets extremely well. I wouldn't say convincingly, but I think they did play very, very well. I think you'd agree, Pandu.
Yeah, for sure. And yes, Easy Win have had a long journey. They first went up against PekeChanzz, where I thought PekeChanzz was probably going to get the better of them, but that didn't actually work out at the end. And then we had Prada versus Easy Win, where they were almost eliminated there as well, and they were able to come out on top. So it has been a hard-fought road to the finals, but it didn't. I mean, you might have the stories, you might have what you want, you might have those romantic storylines, but at the end of the day, execution is what matters, and Free Win executed to perfection and really went to show us that it was pretty free. Those 2 sets that they lost right now against Easy Win were probably avoidable, but it did at least keep us engaged till a set number 5.
All right. And with that, I think we are going to be ending the AME 2022 as we close it on 5:20 p.m. It has been a wonderful to cast with you, Pandu. Any last words you have for chat and the audience before we close the stream?
Well, I would like to thank everybody. I want to thank LeaguePass and AME for hosting this tournament. And this is like the first major tournament that we've had in the APAC region. So it is really nice to see that. I would also like to thank all the sponsors who worked with LeaguePass to make this a possibility. Without you guys, none of this would be possible. Would also like to thank the players for participating and giving us amazing plays to watch and, you know, commentate and cast over. And obviously the chat here, because without you guys being so engaged, all of this would be really boring for even us and even for you. So thank you so much, everybody, for showing up today and participating and letting this be an event. And I would also like to thank Wiggly Spoo for being an amazing co-caster with me, and it has been an honor serving alongside you, Mr. Spoo.
The honor is all mine, Mr. Panda. I hope that we'll be back to cast again someday. It has been great. All the players played well, and I hope there's gonna be more. I'll see you guys in the next tournament.
See you guys. We're gonna be rating somebody soon, and I guess you will get to know very soon. But bye-bye. Have fun. Have a great weekend. And I'll see you guys on Monday.